do this real quick. And there we go. Oh man. Alright, today is a drinking day. That is for sure. Tonight is definitely a good night for it. Boo. Boo. Oh my goodness. What a burp. What a goddamn burp. Wait, there we go. I know for sure that there's definitely a few things on the news too for today, so figure I'd delve into some stuff, at least some of the things I found around, which isn't really that much, but there's at least some shit. Doc of the creepy music. MC, what up? Not much. Just kind of glad that my fucking day's over. Because it has definitely been pretty shitty to say the least when it comes to how the day's been. I mean, just this fucking morning was just shit. Kind of literally and figuratively. Then fucking just been in a daze all day today at work. And it just kind of felt shit. Even though there isn't really like a reason, but it just felt shit at work all day today. So I was just like, ugh. But now that I'm home, I'm just thinking like, alright, I'm just gonna have a drink, have some bowls, and just kind of chill. That might at least be better. That's what it usually is. Yeah, 7.5 hours of overtime today. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of overtime. Nice. Ah, first bowl of the night. Always feels good. Always feels nice and good. Talk of the creepy ass music. You know what? It's staying. It's staying. I ain't doing nothing with it. Gets them in a more ominous mood for it, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, the country feels ominous right about now. Not even gonna lie. Actually, apparently, saw news, an anti-abortion office apparently got firebombed, failed. Like apparently there was like 2 Molotovs that were chucked in there. And didn't actually break, so none of them ignited or really, like, you know, bursted or anything like that. So they didn't really do anything. Roblox that shit. Well, nothing happened, so I'm like, why is this even newsworthy? Like, if nothing happened, then what's even the fucking point? I was kind of hoping there would actually be like, yeah, it kind of got like half burnt to the ground. Apparently it was owned by like some adjacent Catholic organization. But I was just like, damn. Too bad it didn't, honestly. And then there was some pro-choice rallies that were going on. And I saw Stasku do a video reacting. Well, not really like reacting, but kind of like, you know, showing some of these Proud Boys like counter-protesting them. Which they were basically just grandmas and like wine moms and like a few like young shitheads that you know that are likely to try to beat the shit out of people, but there were so few of them that basically the only dude was like, do something. What's up, bro? What, you can see that in my face, bro? You know, just shit like that. It's like, oh my god, you pussy. So it's already kind of happening with these backs and forths, but they're just like on very small scales, which I'd prefer that, but it's just like, I mean, it's just gonna get building up even more and more. Like, we're starting to see some of the small little, like, you know, some people doing some rallies, but it really is already, it's like we were saying it, like with firebombing, like there's gonna be more of that shit on both sides. Like, there'll be some Planned Parenthoods that'll probably get hit. There would definitely be some anti-abortion offices that'll get hit too, again. So, I mean, it's not even like, you know, fucking this shit hasn't happened. Like, I mean, there's been Planned Parenthoods that have straight up been shot up and fucking by Richard Paddock, I believe his name was. Dude literally thought he would be greeted by by all like the different aborted fetuses that are all like, I guess, nailed like crosses onto the fucking like gates of heaven or some shit with like some crazy unironic schizophrenic shit. So, yeah. And those guys are starting to have a lot of power. It's like, ugh. Great. And the stupid thing is just like, I don't even think there's like a full-on hardcore like leftist position about this shit. I think there just really is like a different varieties of just moderate takes about pro-choice. Like, it's just more about like, hey, I'm pro-choice, just how far do you want to go with it? I mean, you know, it's just basically, you know, that type of shit. It's just like, you know, do you want it at viability? Do you want it, you know, or like at viability? Do you want it after that? Do you want it like all the way? Do you only want it like, you know, up to a certain point? Like, I mean, there's like, I think a reasonable metrics of like, yeah, you know, unless there's, you know, some exemptions, you know, it's like, yeah, I don't think most people will be prohibited, you know, on the idea of like, yeah, we won't do abortions after a certain time. You know, but it's just like, that's the stupid thing about this shit. It's just like, honestly, realistically, like, I don't think there's like a very, like, large preponderant people that are like hardcore, like, lefty about it, where they're just like, yeah, abortion on the way, or whatever the fuck. I think just most people are on just like some realm of like moderate on this shit, but because of this very tiny minority of psycho fucks, like, they basically rabble-rouse like the fucking moderates on this, which is pretty much the country. And yet these same psycho fucks want to think that they're the ones that, you know, are actually like the majority of the country or some shit, just because they are able to get away with the powers that they have. Which honestly is leading me to fucking, you know, like, question whether the Supreme Court should even be a thing at this point. Because they basically ruled on themselves on the idea that, like, yeah, we can basically just dictate laws if we want to. We can make up shit as we go along and no one has a fucking say to do about it. Like, the Supreme Court back in like the early 1800s basically made a ruling that essentially gave them that immunity. So it's just like, they're essentially like their own mini government, so like, what the fuck are they doing ruling over us? It's like, maybe that whole like third branch actually ought to be fucking cut. Because evidently they co-opted shit. And the idea that just, oh, stack it. It's like, no. Oh yeah, nothing. The Supreme Court has way too much power. Yeah, exactly. And yet these same motherfuckers, you know, want to try to, you know, claim that they're there to defend it and all this other shit. It's like, I'm half tempted to say abolish the Supreme Court, but like, I know that would not go well for pretty much anybody. So it's just like, I mean, like, well, what do we do to cut their power? Because, you know, evidently they legit feel like, oh, we basically have the rule of law above anyone else, quite literally, to the point that we can make edicts and decrees for the entire country and no one has a fucking say to, you know, do about it. It's like, people like it when it does things that they want them to, like when it came to gay marriage in 2013, but guess what? They're gonna hit that again. Where last week demanding the Supreme Court to be abolished. Oh, really? Well, hey, I guess I ain't the only one. I feel like it would be a very, very unpopular opinion. I'm pretty sure if you polled people on it, I'm pretty sure it is. Like, even I could probably recognize that that's not exactly very popular. I'm open to it, at least. I'm very open to the idea. Because, honestly, at this rate, like, we're gonna be stuck with this court for a long time. You know, so, you know, it's either gut them or just take them out, you know, as a political agency. That would be logistically difficult, to say the least. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's just not much they can... I mean, with the whole, like, the gay marriage thing, I mean, yeah, they would. Like, I mean, like you were saying, they're already, you know, trying to, you know, do pushes, you know, against the LGBT and fucking, you know, trans rights on this type of shit. I don't think how could someone possibly claim the current laws hurt them. With, like, the current, like, same-sex marriage laws. Claim it hurt God. Honestly, I'm not even kidding. I guarantee the Supreme Court would take that, like, because they're that fucking far right and hinged. You can't randomly cancel those contracts. It's more, well, the Republicans don't give a shit. That's kind of the thing. Like, even if there's, like, massive repercussions, they get shit done and they don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, that's, you know, like, a lot of the reasons why I say maybe we should start taking some of their playbook is because of shit like that. Like, at least we should probably consider consequences, but, like, we gotta fucking, you know, it's just, like, take some of their playbook and just, like, you know, when we put the mind to it, just do it. And don't give a fuck. Because that's how they are. They just don't give a shit. Then it calls for abortion, gets super loud. Yeah, I mean, and yeah, just with this whole Roe v. Wade thing as it is. And then, you know, as soon as, like, this, like, major push, and if they continue to go further with this, yeah, like, there probably would be an outright call for abolition. And there should. If they're gonna, if this is, like, how our Supreme Court is eventually shaped up to be, maybe they don't need to exist. Because, honestly, when it comes to the laws of the lands and shit, you know, it's like, they're not the, like, they're not somehow, like, uniquely above that. Like, all, you know, it's just like, it's a lot easier to check and, you know, crack down on other fucking judges and shit when they might be doing some fucked up things. But the Supreme Court, they're basically hands off. And they do so in a way to try to enact, like, order and civility and whatever the fuck. Supreme Court ends Roe v. Wade, that would also put incredible pressure on Congress. Well, that wouldn't really exactly 100% fly with me if Oregon were to try to do that, because I'd be like, what the fuck? But, you know, I see where the strategy is. But I just feel like that would just... I don't know if that would necessarily, like, solve the issues on that front, though. Besides just piss people off even further. You go out on you fuckers. I don't disagree. I just, you know, think there might be other options that have a little bit more venom to it. Maybe a little more direct. Do I need to be pissed off? Yeah, 100%. I mean, I am. Like, the idea that this whole, like, Roe v. Wade shit being, like, it's, like, essentially this means is that women are just gonna straight up start dying. Just outright. Like, because they can't, you know, fucking, you know, get an abortion due to, the fact that the baby could potentially kill them. Or due to the fact they're doing, like, you know, coat hanger alley, back alley abortions or whatever the fuck. Like, there's just, I mean, it's just gonna start killing people. I mean, and to see that just, you know, start becoming like a major fucking thing again is already fucking ridiculous. And I'm just glad that, like, at least in my state, that there is, and or at least was, you know, and still is, something, you know, in place, you know, for that type of shit. You know, even during high school. It's like, you know, so, I mean, that needs to be the standard. Like, just straight up. And yet, it's like, oh, we need to suppress that and just, like, you know, crack down on this type of shit, blah, 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 blah. And then, like, honestly, I hate how there's, like, centrists that are all like, well, it's not actually about, like, the abortion stuff, it's actually about the law. It's like, fuck you. Like, yeah, guess what? The law is about abortion, you fucking retard. So yeah, it is about abortion, you fucking maroon. Like, what do you think it's about? Like, I hate these people that just, like, do this weird, like, it's actually the law in itself and blah, 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 blah. Because something states rights. It is some mistake that people in foster care system get from prisoners stuck and never pay shit jobs when they turn 18. Yep. That's what GOP wants. They want to maximize the number of lower-class people like exploit as wage slaves. It's not just the GOP, but they're the ones who are very open about embracing that. Democrats will pretend that they're against that shit, but will be in favor of it just on a more slower turntable. Just to make it look like it's more of a veneer that they're on your side. Which honestly makes me wonder what's more disgusting, because at least with the Republicans and GOP, I outright at least know who the fuck they are. I know what side they are. I know what they say. I know what they push. With the Democrats, at least, I don't. They always say one thing, but then do another and appease them, and fucking would rather just bend to the knee of these motherfuckers, and not actually at least pretend to stand up and fucking fight. You know, so... You know, honestly, I really wonder what's more disgusting. The fact that the Democrats are also endorsing an anti-abortion Democrat in Texas on top of all this happening right now. And also, if we remember Hillary Clinton, right? You know, Tim Kaine and all that, like, she basically ran with a vice president who was also, guess what, anti-abortion. Like, the Democrats, a good chunk of them are also with the Republicans on this. They're just not vocal about it because they like to appease people who are pro-choice and shit so they can galvanize their fucking vote. And when it actually comes to push and shove, when it, you know, maybe ought to be codified while it's being under attack, they do fuck all besides help the people who are the anti-abortionists. Like trying to put an anti-abortion dem in there and just appease these motherfuckers left and right while women go out and die. Never mind Democrats within. The Democrats do that to themselves. You vote yes on federal protections. When? Was it before or after the Trump administration? Because, of course, you know, after everything starts going a little bit more right with Trump and shit, it's in the best interest to start supporting a lot of these social issues like I'm talking about. Where they do it as a way to put face. And they'll usually have things in there to make sure that's like, hey, we're actually, you know, pretty good. That will extend Supreme Court police protections to Supreme Court justice and immediate family members. Passed a measure Monday that will extend Supreme Court police protections to Supreme Court justice and immediate family members. So that just basically means that the Senate, that is your priority. Oh shit, Democrats are going to lose huge in November. Yeah. On top of that, like, another, you know, like I said, one of their priorities is there's a Democrat running in Texas that is anti-abortion, and they'd rather focus on trying to push that motherfucker in versus, you know, the progressive challenger against them, who is obviously, as you can imagine, pro-choice. So it's just like, I mean, at the end of the day, these motherfuckers don't give a shit. And anyone that ever just fucking, you know, wanted to talk about harm reduction or vote blue no matter who, and it's just like, hey, you know, we just have to suck it up this time around. It's like, shut the fuck up. Like, it don't mean nothing when this is the result that ends up being, you know, because of your fucking argument. It's like, this, you know, like, what's going on right now is because of the harm reduction bullshit that was sold to left and fucking right, you know, back in November. Same thing with fucking, you know, like Hillary too, to a degree. Because she was going to be even nothing but a fucking do-nothing. You know, also, while this is all going on, we're now doing a full-on Lend-Lease program with Ukraine. Like, it's not just giving them fucking money. Now we're doing a Lend-Lease to where we're sending them actual, like, fucking equipment, you know, full on. Like, we're just, you know, we're just, like, cutting the fucking money part out of it, too. Well, we're also doing that as well. We're just giving them money. We're basically just, like, you know, donating, like, you know, a good chunk of our federal budget to them. while we get to fucking rot and, you know, fester and shit further and further. When at this point, pretty much like half the goddamn world supports them, so it's just like there ain't no way, like, it's like, yeah, even if, you know, Russia, you know, to some extent, just because they got a bigger military, blah, 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 you know, eventually takes it and shit, they got a long fucking time before they even begin to even be close to reality. I think Ukraine will be just fine. Like, we got our own shit here to worry about. Like, Roe v. Wade being revoked, fucking, you know, working conditions still aren't fucking improved, still no debt, still ain't fucking going on, do nothing party, fucking, you know, party that supposedly isn't in power, that basically just kind of co-opted the Supreme Court and the power in the government to just do what the fuck they want. It's just like, but where's all the money going? Oh, it's just going to, like, you know, foreign investments and, you know, the foreign aid and stuff like Ukraine, Israel, and Saudi Arabia, places like that, blah, 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 blah. It's like, god damn. And people wonder why, you know, Dems are gonna get absolutely fucking creamed. Because they literally do pretty much anything but actually, like, fucking help people. And the Republicans just embrace hurting people. So, it's like, wow, great choices. There's also, like, a bunch of protesters at, like, where Brett Kavanaugh lives, and it's like, god damn it, if this fucking, like, security wasn't there, Jesus Christ. I think a few, you know, a few gifts of very fiery liquor would be, a very, very most, just a, you know, I think of just a very great gift, you know, given the circumstances at the moment. Some good fireball liquor, if you catch the drift. Because, Jesus Christ, like, it is just a bougie fucking, like, HOA-esque looking neighborhood, and it is just, like, literally disgusting. Like, I could give a fuck about, like, the rest of the people that live there and shit. It's just specifically Brett Kavanaugh's house that I got a problem with. Though, honestly, like, if it wasn't for the protesters there, like, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They all look identical. They're all, like, hyper-corporate cookie-cut homes. Roblox and Federal Society also does fuck those extremists. Yeah. Yeah, they're a bunch of fucking extremists, too, themselves. See why I'm, like, you know, a little more open with the leftist gun culture idea? Doesn't mean we use that type of shit outright. It just means that when push comes to shove and we need to defend ourselves, you know, those are in place. But, you know, when it comes down to taking just a lot more of this radical approach and just a lot more of what a lot of people may consider extreme approaches to things, like, that needs to be a little bit more of commonplace, you know, fucking factors. Because there needs to be a fucking point made. Not just, like, you know, sitting outside the, you know, Supreme Court's house and just, you know, saying, my body, my choice, you know, what do we do, stand and fight, you know, it's like, it's one thing to have your little chance of shit, but they ain't gonna hear you. If anything, they're just gonna get out their old, weird 1890s fucking vinyl and fucking start playing some weird classical, like, fucking Van Gogh or some shit. Van Gogh, I think he's a painter. Fucking, like, Mozart or something, and just, like, you know, tune you out. Like, they ain't gonna give a fuck. I mean, you know, so it's just like, when? In fact, they're probably not even there. You know, they're probably just, like, living in some other state that they live in. Shows fascists that they won't be tolerated anymore. That's what I mean. Like, we need more of destructive protesting. Like what you were talking about. But the thing is, when fascists come back to retaliate with that type of shit, they're going to be a lot more violent in comparison to just, like, paintballs and fucking pepper spray. Feel me? You're going to want people who are going to be very responsible and organized, you know, to make sure that they could be in place if something, you know, like that were to happen. It doesn't mean everybody. In fact, you don't even want a lot of people doing that. Just enough people who are smart and organized enough to know what the fuck they're doing. Because it's all you really need. Or effective. I know they are. But you think a lot of the far-right fascist types, necessarily give a shit? Because a lot of them counter-protest, and when they do, they're bringing their fucking ARs and shit. That's what I mean. Because if they decide to fire first, then obviously the people that have wanting fuck all to do with that shit can get the fuck out of Dodge. But there obviously is going to need to be people to, make sure that, the least amount of people are injured or killed by, at least you having at least some sort of equal force to meet them with. Neither side should be knowing that shit. Well, that's the only reason why I bring it up. It's just because, I wouldn't, be thinking about it if I knew the other side wouldn't be bringing them, but they do. I mean, that's the problem. It's just like, I would be, like, on principle, I agree, but that's why it's like when, at the end of the day, I know motherfuckers like that will be there and shit, I'd rather be safe than sorry, and it's down to the whole idea of rather have it than, and not need it, than need it and not have it situation. And if I not have it, then I'm going to be extra fucked, and then I would definitely want to be getting the fuck out of Dodge. But that doesn't mean, like, I have, like, or anybody necessarily, period, should be going in there with some weird fucking, like, John Wayne Rambo superhero approach. Not at all. Because realistically, you're probably not going to be in a good situation to be able to, meet on an equal force level with that guy. Maybe others, but not you. Chances. So, it is better to take your chances and bolt with everybody else. It's more of the whole lest you absolutely have to thing. But, again, that's why, it's definitely not preferable. But the whole I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it when it comes to these motherfuckers that will come here wanting to cause trouble like that, that's, why it comes in my mind. Because, like, if literally it's just a bunch of unarmed protesters and they all just fucking get gunned down by them because one of them decided to fucking punch on them or some shit, punch on the Proud Boys and those Proud Boys started shooting, it's just like, at that point, like, there's a major issue, at play, because then it's just going to be a fucking massacre. And the Proud Boys aren't going to give a fuck. Like, if anything, they're going to be venerated and feel like, that's, something to celebrate. They did with Rittenhouse. Super intense. I don't think Proud Boys are that fucking stupid. They're pretty stupid, but it just kind of depends on how, like, temperamental they are. Because, it's like, yeah, they're not necessarily stupid, but they're also very aggressive and very brutish. And if anything, are probably feeling emboldened considering things. Like, oh, even during the old Democratic administration, we're getting shit done? Oh. So, if anything, they probably do have a sense of emboldenedness to them. And as these fucking, protests and shit start going on, because, I mean, isn't it official that Roe v. Wade's gone? But once it is, oh boy, shit's gonna get pretty intense. Because all this is going on because of the fucking leaks so far. It's not even the fact that it even happened yet. It's just going to be basically confirmed that it will within like a month or two. So now everyone is basically just like holding this energy and waiting until it pops. Like that's kind of what's going on right now, but obviously a lot of people are trying to, you know, make sure this doesn't happen. But honestly, especially considering the Supreme Court, they're going to. They just are. I mean, honestly, if anything, I actually admire that. Like, if anything, you're willing to hold a lot more stern about this, and even I, because at least for me, I'm just like, for me, I'm more willing to, you know, stick it and fight, so to speak, versus, you know, kind of hightail it, you know, when shit hits the fan too hard. It's not exactly built in my nature that way. I mean, especially when it comes to people that are very adamant about, you know, seeing people like me just kind of straight out either treated as full and second-class citizens or just either outright killed. It's like, I have a very strong feeling of like, yeah, I don't just fucking run off on that shit. Because, I mean, it's like, will it fash bash if, you know, that gay can bash back? Or if the trans can bash back too? Suddenly, you know, it doesn't seem as fun to start bashing on a bunch of gay people or trans people if they can bash back. But that's why, honestly, you know, taking a little bit more of an extreme, violent approach on protesting and shit is definitely a lot more, you know, more my thing, too. Hence Molotov cocktails and shit like that, you know, it's like, you know, to me, in my mind, that's obviously far more preferable in comparison to guns, too. I'm just saying it as a way of, like, you know, having some people that know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to that type of shit, in case, you know, some motherfucker, you know, is crazy or stupid enough or aggressively brutish enough and extreme in their ideas, you know, vindicated to do so, you know, that they want to, you know, start trying to shoot these people. There should at least be one person that, you know, can meet them with equal force, you know, to try to minimize the amount of people who are getting killed or shot at the very least. I mean, that happened recently in Portland not too long ago, didn't it? Like, a month back or so? Like, some dude literally walked out and just started blasting, and then there was at least one person who returned fire and met them with equal force. And the shooter was in critical condition. So it's like, I mean, it's those type of situations, because if that person wasn't there, there probably would have been like 3 or 4 other people injured or killed. Not just one person. So it's just like, I mean, it's, you know, it's at least, you know, when it comes to at least having one person there, that's, you know, better than having none, because that could, you know, mean the life or death of a lot more people. It shouldn't have to be the case, but when you got a motherfucker like that that could be around, I mean, it makes it a little bit more angsty sometimes. Because honestly, I'd rather just go there to fucking protest and, you know, fucking, you know, say my mind like everyone else does. And then just go home and have a beer and just call good. You know, like, I mean, just like anyone else would go into these things. This is as it should be, and that's what the fuck it's about. It's making a fucking point, and then, you know, making your voice heard. I mean, the protests, I mean, you know, even as far as the riot is, like, basically the most extreme voice of the unheard. Because, like I said, it's like, I mean, no one should have to go to these things and worry about this type of shit. I definitely don't. Honestly, the worst thing I want to worry about is maybe having some rabble-rouser want to get all, like, angsty and aggressive, and they just get shoved out of the fucking protest and told to get the fuck out or something. Those are the ones that I'll call a good day. I mean, I know they're also tend to be rallies that are specifically like kind of like a gun rally. It's like a protest, but the whole point is like the symbolism of the arms is also shown as well to it. But obviously, you know, especially at least in, you know, every one I've seen, no violence ever happens at those things, because who's going to start shit at those? You know what I mean? Like, who's going to do anything at that shit? There's actually been some times where there's been leftists have done that. Like, there's been black, you know, organizations or black groups in different places, like in the South, that have done that before. And have rallied and like marched around at like different like Confederate monuments and shit like that, you know, to make a statement, you know, and stuff. So it's just like, I mean, every now and then, you know, they can be used as use of symbolism, but it's just that, you know, you have to kind of pick, you know, the time when it comes to those type of things. Because at least when it comes to Roe v. Wade, there's no real need for them. So having a protest like that wouldn't be necessary. I suppose if there was an all-female pro-choice gun rally where all women, you know, who are pro-choice show up at that shit, then that would make a fucking point. It's like, hands the fuck off my body. You know, it's like, it's my choice. You know, just starts, you know, it's like, like, that might, you know, that could maybe say something. I mean, I'd be like, oh damn, you know, so, I don't know, but, like, it's not the most necessary thing, like, you know, especially considering, like I said earlier, it was this whole Roe v. Wade thing, like, the majority of the people, like, already are in favor of it. Like, it's really, because really most people are pretty moderate about this stupid shit. It's really just kind of to, like, what degree do you think, you know, there should be limitations at? Target a Fed courthouse. Yeah, I definitely do, too. And Supreme Courthouse, too. Unless it's attached to the Fed courthouse. But, yeah, there needs to be a lot of this shit. I mean, there needs to be, like, mass rallies and fucking points being made. I mean, and yeah, get a little radical if you got to. Portland does have a Supreme Courthouse. Well, at least I'm talking about, like, at D.C. I'm talking about, you know, Supreme Courthouse in D.C. You know, but yeah, the Fed courthouse here in Portland, and well, I'm sure there's like a Fed courthouse in like every major city. So you know, like you know, like have, you know, every Fed courthouse in these major cities, you know, have some protests and shit, and then the Supreme Courthouse in D.C. I mean, when I said the Supreme Courthouse, you like, I was figuring you would have known I meant at D.C. Base, what's this? Sri Lanka protesters torch leaders' homes in night of unrest. Angry mobs in Sri Lanka burned down several homes belonging to the, oh, fuck off ad, belonging to the Rajapaksa's and MPs after the supporters were attacked by government, after they were attacked by government supporters. Damn. You know, I mean, yeah, a little something like that. Yeah, that's especially what I mean. Well, like I said, I admire that, like, you know, you understand that violence is, you know, at times can be, you know, something very useful, but you always have a very stern line with it. Which, you know, like I said, it's not where mine is, but that's why I kind of admire it, because I'd rather be at that line. But I just feel like due to circumstances, you know, I just don't feel like, you know, that's safe in my mind. But yeah, because honestly, like, you know, I put myself in the mind of, like, you know, some trans person or a gay person or a woman in the South, and it's like, if I was them, I absolutely, like, I'd have an armory. Like, I mean, I'd be, like, loading up, like, because Jesus Christ, I would not fucking, you know, especially as, like, a trans person in the South, like, I would not feel safe unless I'm at least packing something on my person. If I was a trans person in the South, oh my God, I wouldn't, yeah. No way in hell, like, because just, I mean, the amount of fucking hate crimes, killings, and lynchings that happen to trans people and the LGBT in general in the South, I mean, especially it has been and is going to be ramping up as they, start going, cracking down on that shit even further. And as all these other states, been doing that. So it's just like... I'd be homeless and living in the South right now. Well, that's, I guess, a little bit of a irony, because it would be cheaper to live in the South than somewhere around here. But yeah, I mean, all in all, I would be getting the fuck out of Dodge too. But while I can't, yeah, I'm gonna make sure I stay safe. They want to bring society back to the glory days of the 1840s. And that's why they need to be crushed by any means fucking necessary, even if that means burying them back to the 1840s where they belong. Because, I'm sure there's a lot of dirt and soil, a couple feet down, that is about that old. I mean, it's just like all these other fucking barbaric, backwards-ass traditionalist beliefs, like, of the Abrahamic views and all this other shit. It's just like, just have it buried where, in the dusty old tombs of time of woe where it belongs. The filthy fucking shit. Like, the idea that this type of shit can, still be like a bane and a control on fucking society to this fucking day still is just, ugh. Ugh. Like, whether, an Abrahamism abroad, like, whether it's, from Catholicism, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, like, I mean, all of it's just fucking poison. It kind of means society just globally at that point. Because it just, like, because, like, all of those, beliefs, like, have their tendrils, somewhere all over this globe. Like Islam, all dotted throughout the Middle East and Oceania and Africa, Christianity in Africa, Europe, fucking North and South Americas and shit, Catholicism in Europe and the South Americas, Central Americas, all this shit, and they all do damage, all do destruction. It is asinine to have an amendment in the Constitution abolished in the Confederacy wasn't passed after the Civil War, same Nazis after World War II. That will have solved many issues they're facing today. Yeah. Like, honestly, like, having a full-on ban on fascism would have done so much wonders. Oh, but wait. It's like, yeah, you can have the opinion fascism be based or whatever the fuck, but guess what? Being like a full-on fascist outright in public and shit, have fun with that. Pushing it in policy, doing advocation of it, when it comes to fucking politics, oh boy. There could be some legal charges with those. And honestly, could have gone a little further of Nuremberg. And dead ass, like, for the Nazis that did escape, instead of just giving them asylum, maybe having, like, full-on bounties that civilians could even partake in would have been a better idea. It's like, civilians, if you wish to sign up with your local law enforcement, you could be, a specialized deputy to go find this person. Find this Nazi for us. Dead or alive, we don't give a fuck. The same price of the bounty will be the same regardless. Too vague of a term. Nazis and won't work because it's pretty specific to the Venn diagram between fascists and Nazis. It's almost a circle. Almost a circle. Yeah, sure. I'm just kind of saying fascists just because, yeah, they're almost a circle when it comes to the Venn diagram of politics and philosophy and shit, but I mean, yeah, it would have been a little bit more specific. The thing is, I just wonder if that would have spread as far as the symbols in themselves, because, I also know a lot of different, like, pagans or, like, lefty Wiccan types that also adorn, what would be considered, like, quote-unquote, like Nazi symbolism and shit. I mean, it's just like, even though inherently, like, those symbols in themselves aren't, but obviously the Nazis fucking, used it for their shit. Like a lot of different Nordic runes and the swastika, Black Sun, and a lot of these other ones. Even though usually a lot of the origins for these type of symbols aren't even Nazistic, but of course, these, motherfuckers like to appropriate it for that. Because of their ancestry, of their master, and all this other fucking shit. Because it just happens to be tangentially related to him. Caught us my signature beer batter. Nice. Hell, even the hated fascists tend to like Nazis. Yep. And also, it's a little easy for them to kind of get away with their embracement of it, because obviously there's a lot of aspects about Hinduism, at least when it comes to the symbols like the swastika, that kind of overlap. I mean, it's not like Hinduism in itself does, but like I said, like a lot of things like symbols and stuff, do to a certain degree, but it obviously, at least in their culture and in their religion, means different things. But to a lot of the fascists that live in India, they understand that, like, so they tend to use it for probably more ill-fated gangs, just curious, like the Nazis did. Even then, Hitler didn't even necessarily take the swastika from its original form anyway. He took it from the fucking Romans. And the Romans took it from the fucking, like, Germanic tribes and the fucking, like, Celtic tribes that, they were fucking, pillaging and conquering and all that shit. So it's just like, the cycle, of stealing symbols continues and shit. And so... Fundamentalism kind of breeds authoritarianism of the caste system. It does. It absolutely does. It inherently has like basically a segregationist class of citizen that essentially, like, the other castes, basically refrain from even having any connection to, basically. Like, they're that seen as that low, essentially. So it's just like, yeah, if you're born in a certain caste, you're essentially just stuck there. Honestly, there's definitely a lot of things about India that are a little fucked up when it comes to their ideas. It's more a front version of Christian extremists and Islamic extremists holding people they dislike as undesirables without an explicit caste structure. Yeah. Though I'd say Islam is, maybe not as explicit, but can be pretty explicit, like them as well. I mean, look how Saudi Arabia is. Like, if you are a woman, you're already immediately under a certain caste, in their societal structure, just on that virtue alone. And, depending on your status and wealth and, in your class within that, most fascist, Saudi Arabia. Man, that's a good question, dude. Honestly, here's the first three that come in my mind. Israel, US, Saudi Arabia. Those are the first that come in my mind. And honestly, I feel like I want to say US just because of the veneer of the whole idea of democracy and shit that it puts up, but on top of spreading those same ideologies and enforcing and propping up different governments such as Israel and Saudi Arabia that have these similar ideas. and also doing coups by instilling fascists and corporate hegemony in different places like in South America. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, I guess we could try to think of some other countries before I make a verdict, but I kind of have it, I feel like. But I'm also not trying to necessarily be just anti-American with that either, but, like, I definitely feel like, I don't know, at least currently, I mean, Saudi Arabia is definitely there. I've literally gone on like hour-long rants about Saudi Arabia, so I mean, my opinion is very strongly known about them. So, like, I most certainly think they're fervently a fascist state. I guess in a way they are, just because they're just blatantly a fucking Islamo-fascist, like, nation. Like, they literally are still a monarchy. So, I mean, I guess because they're a lot more directly intertwined into it, I don't know, maybe Saudi Arabia, I guess? Same thing with Israel, because they're outright doing a genocidal apartheid, but so is Saudi Arabia. So, it's like, But the thing is, both of those states wouldn't necessarily be doing this shit if the United States wasn't fucking funding and propping it up as the fascistic state that it is. So it's like, you know, it's like, I don't know. That's why I kind of feel the U.S. with that one. So, like, I mean, at least the U.S. when it comes to its foreign and corporate and just governmental interjection, it varies by state. See, I think that's where it maybe lacks. It's just because different states are obviously a lot more democratized, like Oregon or Washington, for example, in comparison to places like Texas or Louisiana, or like Alabama, for example. So, I mean, I'm just saying more so like the federal government and how it operates, but when you break it down state by state, that's where it becomes a lot more trickier to really break it down, because there's a lot of other states that are obviously not fascistic outside of maybe more certain areas. Fascism generally requires centralized power structure. Sure, but it doesn't always have to. Because, I mean, obviously fascism, yeah, like, because, I mean, look how the Weimar Republic was prior to Nazi Germany. Like, it was not necessarily, like, fascism just suddenly, boop, and, you know, like, out of nowhere, it's suddenly centralized power. Like, fascism crept its way into the democratized, you know, somewhat decentralized form that the Weimar Republic was. And then eventually, slowly but surely, co-opted it and gained total control of the government, and eventually did their centralization. But it took effort and it took some time. It wasn't just like, boop, you know, out of nowhere. So that's kind of the same thing here. Like, I mean, what we're seeing here in the United States, like, it's creeping in, and it's eventually going to attempt, or at least attempt so. But outside of, you know, those things, it's not necessarily going to happen right overnight. You know, if any amount of power is doing anything. See, I like history repeats itself in fucked up ways that I wish it didn't. Like, it seems like, oh, Godwin's fallacy right there, but, like, honestly, though, it's just like, what the fuck? The saddest thing about it is, at least unlike during the Weimar times, like, there's no Communist Party that's, like, competing against them. Like, back then, they did. Like, we don't now, so that's the problem. Like, the left and the working class and class consciousness is more jaded than ever. The libs are named lib because they didn't want to side with the communists. And there were also some fractures within the Communist Party and different communist factions as well, because some of them were wanting to try to work with those libs to be like, hey, if we worked with them to pressure them, you know, to, you know, be more friendly with us instead of trying to be more aggressive. You know, there was, like, you know, these other rifts going on at a time, but unlike today with things like the internet and social media and all this other shit, you know, things were more organized back then, you know, in a sense. You know, and not just that, but like, you know, they had a little bit more, you know, of a direct, you know, like a line of command when it came to at least, you know, having to like talk with the higher ups and, you know, more in the mids and the lower, when it came lower strata when it came to actually getting information. Like the social media and the internet, it makes it a lot more harder. And honestly, if you look at it, you know, when it comes to that type of shit. Unless you have very like specific like little group chats and shit like that, like on Telegram or something. And even then, you gotta be very wary because you don't even know who truly is on there. You know, any motherfucker could really be there. I mean, at least, you know, back in the day, if you were going to a rally or going to a meeting that only you really knew about, and somebody tagged along with you, like, I mean, it's a lot easier to know if that face is trustworthy or not when you're actually seeing it. And like a group chat, you can't see that face. So, it's like, in a way, like, I mean, today, there's more of a boon against, you know, a lot of organization more than there is an actual positive. Because it's easier to have, like, you know, insiders or people to co-opt and shit like that, because, I mean, it's harder to recognize a face because, well, there isn't even a fucking face. I don't know enough people to get one started. Yeah. Because that's the thing. I mean, I wish there was too, but, like, you know, fundamentally, how do you truly vet one? Or have, like, a vetted channel? I mean, that's the thing. Like, you'd basically have to go back to those old style meetings and shit, but these days, people don't got time for that shit. So, you know, nowadays, they're definitely more disjaded than ever. Man, I just honestly really do get worried about, like, a lot of, you know, that kind of, like, fracturement, you know, a lot of the working class does have. Because, like, I mean, there is a momentum to it, but, like, there's just, like, so much coincidental type of shit to make sure that things, you know, stay distracted and keep people disjaded away from it. And it's just like, I mean, when this entire establishment and system just has such a fucking choke chain on people like this, it's just, I mean, it's like, what do you know, truly fucking try to do against it? Outside, you know, fucking hit it with a bang, but you have to be very, calculated with the bang. Like, how big do you want it? Do you want to go, like, you know, fucking dropping mortars, or do you want to fucking drop a star bomba? Like, I mean, you know, it's like, I mean, honestly, it's like, you know, kind of going nuclear mode and probably, you know, really seems like, you know, what else do you, like, because the establishment needs to know, it's like, you know, the people have a fucking breaking point, and and it has to be something to give. You know, or else, you know, the shit's gonna get, you know, a lot worse, and more so for them than they realize. Because, I mean, there's gonna be a legitimate, very pinnacle moment, you know, it's gonna be hitting if something don't give. I mean, honestly, what that pinnacle moment is, I don't really know what. That could be like, you know, certain states maybe having an agreement to be like, hey, we'll do secession or something, or like the division gets so strong amongst these different social issues that it ends up being like a major fucking like outright violent rift back and forth where straight up like skirmishes and battles are going on over this shit. I mean, it's just like, I don't know what it could be, but something, you know, would happen if shit doesn't improve. So I get nervous about that type of shit. It's because, like, I mean, it's only building up worse and worse and worse, you know, just because nothing is actually fucking changing. And it's like, until some shit starts changing in people's lives, and it's like, what the fuck are, you know, like, what else are people gonna do besides start taking it out on each other? Unless they have, like, an outlet that shows them, you know, who the actual fucking enemy is. That's really just kind of the biggest worry. It's just like, you know, I think, you know, there are a lot of people that do know what it is, but are just too complacent and just are too willing to be swiped up, you know, by these different issues and shit to give enough of a shit about that. And it's like, god damn it. It's like, stop fucking, you know, pulling the blinders up. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, It's like, sometimes I just, you know, want to, like, you know, take some people, especially some people I know, and just be like, god damn it! You know, just like, stop it! It's like, you already know what the problem is. It's like, quit making excuses, damn it! But, alas, it's just like, I mean, it's got bills to pay, got this and that, still got excuses. This is going to be the last chance. I'm going to do what I can to help fight Fez, but I'm not optimistic. I'm going to start preparing. You know, yeah, same here. That's why, you know, that's why I'm kind of at least at the very minimal doing the whole better to need it and not have it than to need it and not have it type of thing. Save trying to move to Canada. You better fucking, like, start helping, like, your boys out, you know, to fucking get us over too, because at least for me, I already got a passport, like, you know, I will fucking, like, you know, take up that opportunity, like, but you better fucking, like, you know, hook some brothers up, because I ain't gonna, like, I mean, I'll at least, you know, probably, like, you know, delay it momentarily for, you know, to fight further, but when shit hits the fan too hard, you know I'll be, you know your boy gonna be hitting you up. The fucking Rocky Mountain Canadian Mountain Moose Police fucking, you know, try to stop me. It's like, nah, boy, you're gonna be there to clutch up for the squad. I'll send you the exact coordinates of, you know, my specific escape route. As I flee into the Cascade Mountains when shit hits the fan. And start fleeing north. I'll be able to press I'm optimistic. Oh, Canada takes friendly stance towards filling Americas because there aren't too many other options seeing. Yeah. Seeing how deservedly poor the reputation of Americans are internationally. Yeah, obviously. honestly, like, that's why I kind of look to Iceland, at least, because from what I understand, if you find somebody that happens to take a more romantic interest into you, and you decide to marry that person, getting citizenship in Iceland is that much fucking easier. Like, very easy. Because they have an interest to make sure the domestic population has somewhat of a diverse gene pool, because their native Icelandic population, ethnically, are closely related to each other. So it's just like, it's in their best interest to at least have some diverse genes, you know, mixed into the to everything. So they have citizenship policies and immigration policies that are friendly when it comes to encouraging that, which is what I actually do like about them. And I know it's true because I have met people that aren't necessarily native-born Icelanders that are Icelandic now, that have been there for years or decades, give or take, in different places, that in different establishments that was in Reykjavik, just in that city alone. And I can imagine it's, you know, like going into these other places like Akureyri and shit like that, like it's the same thing. So, you know, just like, honestly, you'd be kind of surprised. So, I don't know, like, the flight over there would probably be, you know, not too bad, but it's just like the cost of living there. But I imagine actually working there and getting an income is actually legitimately good, even for, like, you know, a job like, let's say, Subway, because they actually do have Subways there. You know, so it's like, I can imagine even a job like that would be livable. And it can actually sustain, like, a decent little apartment or, like, a little townhome in Reykjavik or something like that. Like, dead ass. So, I mean, I don't know. Iceland sounds legit. I mean, I've been there, so, I mean, I at least know a little bit about it. And the culture is definitely party all fucking night. Like, I mean, once you're done working, you party all night, because what the fuck else is there to do once you're done? Unless you like taking in the very vast scenery of open fields. Can do it, at least find something. Yeah, fair enough. Somebody for me would actually be a little bit more open, because I'm willing to do different work, like ranch work and stuff. Like visit, you know, like one of the different ranches that might be in rural Iceland and take a job there. So, at least for someone like me, there actually could still be job opportunities, because I'm a common laborer. Like, I'll do just about fucking anything. Like, if you need me to be, you know, hauling some shit, I'll do it. If you want me to build some fucking shit, I'll learn the ropes to fucking do it. If you want me to, you know, get something point A to B, I'll, like, I mean, I'm kind of a common labor type. So, hey, well, what's up? So at least for Iceland, there definitely could be something for me, for sure. Because they definitely need, you know, like common, you know, manual laborers, just like, you know, any other fucking nation does. Even though, you know, a lot of nations need very specialized, you know, type of labor, you know, like a lot of countries definitely still need, you know, just even brunt manual labor, and I would imagine Iceland's definitely no exception. They just have a very small population in comparison to other countries, so they're probably looking for that just as much as anything else. Especially when it comes to maybe like specializations in agriculture and farming. Which for me, that'd be a dream. So at least for Iceland, I can think of, you know, an opportunity. For some of my friends, I mean, maybe not, but I don't know. Would Ireland have something for you? Would good old Ireland, the Emerald Isle? Because that'd be close to Iceland, both islands. Both in the Atlantic. It would be more of a closer hop, skip, and jump. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not like, you know, how could I get EU residency? The fact that you have a very specialized skill already gives you a head start. Like, I mean, you work with IT and computers, and at least, you know, with Intel. So it's just like you already have a jump start when it comes to getting residency in a lot of different European countries that especially want specialized skills, like very specialized type of workers. Like some EU countries just won't accept anybody unless you got like fuck you money. You know, so it's just like, unless you are just like some random schmo that got a lot of money, like they just won't let you be a citizen, like unless you got like some specialized type of skills or some shit. So I mean, you already kind of have like a lead on different countries just on that alone. So like the UK or Ireland or, you know, Norway or some of these other countries that might have like some IT work and shit like that. I mean, you would already have like a head start in potentially, you know, having residency in those type of countries, just based on that type of shit alone. But I don't know what type of like IT work that you at least do, you know, that would be. I would need to learn a second language, or I would get hella fucked. Yeah, at least in Iceland, I know a lot of people also speak English as much as Icelandic, so for me, it wouldn't be that hard. At least when it comes to the royal country, it would probably be very significantly difficult, but I'm somebody who's a pretty quick learner, and when I was in Iceland, I was already at least getting the pronunciations correctly. I was just, you know, literally reading signs and different shit like that. At this point, I probably wouldn't be able to get that, but, I mean, well, maybe a little bit, but not that well. But at least when it comes to, like, some phrases, I still know some. Like, I know, they don't say ya like in other Scandinavian countries, they say yow. Yow? And honestly, I remember this little girl that was working at a bakery, who was probably about my age, probably like 21, 22 at the time at least, and she was like into a lot of different like old retro computer games like Tetris and like the Minefield game and stuff that you might get and shit, different little games like that. And honestly, it was interesting, but it was actually like a fun little conversation that we had back and forth. And every time I would ask her like, you know, different things that I wanted, she'd just be like, yow, yow. It almost sounded like a meow almost. I was just like, oh my god, this is so cute. But instead of meow, it was yow. I was just like, ah! I was like half tempted to be like, yo, you doing anything tonight or some shit? But I was just like, fuck, we're having a day trip later and I don't know when I'm getting back. Fuck. Like, a part of me was just like, man, do I want to, like, dead ass to be like, you want to go to a Dylan Whiskey Bar, you know, whatever the fuck, after you're done working or some shit? But it was one of those days where I wasn't staying in town. I was like, fuck. Because dead ass, I was, like, half tempted. I was half tempted. But I was also with family, too. So it's like I would have to go to her place. Which, who knows where that was. So I didn't want to, like, you know, like, have to try to find my fucking way back and explain where I was all night and all this other shit. Like, I mean, it's like, because I was thinking, I thought about it in my head, and I realized no matter how this works, it would not play well. Even though, in my mind, it would probably be the most fucking worth it thing in my entire life, and honestly, thinking about it, it probably would have. But, motherfuck, like, my brain analyzed it too hard and went like, yo, every metric in this does not work. And I was like, fuck, you're right. My pragmatic brain really killed it there from, you know, killed it. It was like, shit. Considering she was in Reykjavik, I have a weird feeling she probably still works at that bakery. So if I were to go there again, I have a weird-ass feeling she'd probably still be working there. It's only been, like, what? I'm actually thinking about what? 3.5-ish years? Yeah, probably. Oh, I should have asked for the name at least. Oh, you know what? Oh, man, hindsight again. Motherfuck. Man, I dropped the ball when I was fucking chatting her. Had a whole conversation with her about like Minefields and Tetris and all those other little like PC games, and pinball too, like the pinball PC game as well. It's like all like pretty much like the pre-installed games in a PC. Like it was, but we had like a whole conversation about how like legitimately, honestly, kind of fun they could be. And how that was like her fucking shit. Like she would always be playing Minefields and like the pinballs and on like the pre-installed PC games and all that shit. And I'm just like, damn. Like somebody who's actually legitimately like an expert on Minefields, or at least I think it's called just Mines. But like, because honestly, the only person that I really know outside of me that actually is kind of into that is my dad. Because at least back on the PCs that we used to have that actually had it, we would deadass be like one of us would legitimately be playing out on our off time sometimes. Next trip would be Philadelphia. Gonna try to do a mini trip to reunite with Roski. Hey, that'd be pretty dope. Honestly, I wouldn't mind going to Philadelphia. I'm not even gonna lie. That'd be a pretty dope ass fucking place to go. Honestly, like like Philadelphia strikes me as a place that has like some pretty cool food. Like, maybe some interesting local food. Maybe nothing that like stands out as like overtly unique, specifically, but like, maybe has like a place that's got like good pizzerias, you know what I mean, or some shit. And then like historical sites and like museums and parks. Like that's kind of what Philadelphia kind of strikes me a little bit, which honestly those are the things I totally vibe with. So like a part of me really definitely wants to actually check out Philadelphia sometime, especially to go check out museums and shit. You imagine, like, I can imagine there's some cool shit in some, like, different museums out in Philly, dude. Like, cause, like, I mean, like, that town has been there, well, the city at this point, but it's, like, it's been there since, like, the fucking, like, what? Like, late-ass 1600s, early 1700s or some shit? Like, it's been there for, like, it was there, like, hella before fucking America became a thing. So, it's just, like, it's bound to be rich with all sorts of really cool history and artifacts and all sorts of shit. Like, shit we probably don't even know about. That's why I would, like to check it out. Like, honestly, I bet, like, I'd love to do, like, the 13 colonies, like, museums, like, a little trip or some shit for all, like, different little cities and towns and shit, all through, like, the little 13 colonies area, and just, like, see what little artifacts and little things are all, like, kind of, hidden away in museums and shit. Because honestly, like, what I love about museums, you'll kind of, like, find out and learn about, like, different little factoids, especially about the little artifacts and shit from those type of things. And it's actually pretty cool. That's why I love museums. There's one thing that I loved about Iceland, too, because I checked out a couple museums when I was there, too, and a few art museums as well. And there was some really cool shit that I learned from that type of stuff. Like, there's this sculptor and artist that was a native Icelander that did a lot of architectural type of work as well for Iceland. When it came to a lot of different things, like some of their infrastructure work and stuff. Like, I think their big church, the Hallgrímskirkja, that's based off of one of his proposals for one of his works, if I remember correctly. Actually, if I remember, I think I have a picture of painting of him. Like a portrait. Which is actually a pretty cool portrait. And also the museum happens to be right next to the Hallgrímskirkja as well. So, it's not that hard to find. Honestly, one of these days, like, the next time, you know, like, I have some money saved up to potentially go to somewhere like Iceland or some shit, like, we all gotta go, like, at some point. Like, I'll plan it, you know, like, if there's a potential, like, maybe, like, 2023 or 2024 or some shit. Like, because, honestly, there's a lot of really cool shit about Iceland, I think. You know, I know that you, Rip, would love, but I know that a lot of our friends, like, I know Mentalty for sure. And I know Harley as well. Like, I'll make that bitch get over his fear of flying just to go with us. I'm not even kidding. Like, it'd be about like an 11-some-hour flight, but honestly, at least the aircraft that I was on, they have like little screens that you can kind of like plug some earbuds in and stuff like that into, and they have like movies, albums, like actually legit albums that you can listen to and stuff. It's actually funny enough, how I found out about the black metal band Althen, because they were from a native Icelandic band, but our flight actually had one of their albums on their flight, and I was just like, I want to check out this Icelandic black metal, and it was actually legit fucking good, and I bought an album. I would hope for a window seat and just try to sleep through it. Well, I'm making sure I have a window seat, so either be in front of me or behind me, or across the aisle from me, because like, I like the window seat. That worked great coming home from Vegas. Oh, dude, honestly, the window seat's the best. The problem is, though, like, as soon as you go over the Atlantic, you got fuck all to look at. But going to Iceland, like, chances are, because we're going east, you're going to see darkness and basically see nothing. But when you're flying west, it's either going to be all daylight or all darkness, depending on what time we leave. And let's hope it's all daylight, because you get to see, like, the entire world. Like, you'll see most of the Atlantic and all that shit, but as soon as you start going into Canada and all that shit, like, as we start crossing over into the land and stuff, like, seeing all that countryside and all that, like, wilderness is, I mean, I don't know. Especially because you're not just, like, you know, 10,000 or maybe like 20,000 feet, you know, traveling to another state or some shit. Like, you're like 45,000 fucking feet up in the air, so you're like really high up. So you get to really, like, see everything. In Greenland, especially when you're that high up, you realize, like, how insanely massive these glaciers really are. It kind of puts some stuff into perspective about Greenland too, at least for me a little bit, because seeing Greenland, that was really something. Because, like, seeing these valleys and seeing these ridges and these glacial, like, formations and shit, it, like, that was something. And it's such a fucking disastrous, despicable shame that they're fucking melting away and shit because of our hubris. Because it just, especially from such an altitude, it's impressive. Like, it's legitimately impressive to look at. It's honestly why I love flying, even if it is commercial, because I just hope to a window seat. And pretty much every flight I've ever had has had a window seat, thank fuck. Because honestly, like, you know, being able to look out and kind of put myself into perspective, you know, of how, like, massive but yet small the world really is too at the same time, it's just like, whoa. You know, it kind of, you know, puts me into, like, this little, like, not like an actual high, but like this weird, like, kind of sense of euphoria of, like, you know, like, damn. You know, it's like, yeah, you know, the world is a pretty big place, but at the same time, it is pretty small. Especially going to Iceland, because honestly, being there really put, you know, things into perspective of how, like, connected that little island is. You know, just going to the different bars and just being in the airport alone. Seats are too small and uncomfortable. I always get squeezed against fat people. I know what you mean. Like, that's why I always want the window seat, because I could just look outside and just like literally like, you know, force myself into like a position to where at least so I can get somewhat comfortable and just look outside and just zone out. You know, because if I don't have a book or something like that, you know, then I'm just going to be literally looking out the window like this or some shit. And if there's some really cool, like, you know, mountain range or some shit, I might, you know, bring my phone out to take a picture or some shit. You know, so... And honestly, these days, because, like, some aircraft, or pretty much most aircraft have, like, in-flight Wi-Fi, like, sometimes I'll dead-ass pay, like, the $5 fee and use their Wi-Fi, too, and, you know, I'll still be able to use YouTube and shit, so... Sometimes I'll do that shit. So, like, because especially if it's nighttime and I literally look outside and it's just pitch black and nothing, then yeah, I'm not gonna be able to look outside, so I'm gonna, you know, take advantage of shit like that at least. Or if I can, try to get some, you know, rest, like a nap or something. It's usually way more than that. Well, at least for Southwest Airlines, it's like $5.99 or something like that. Though I imagine it varies for airline to airline. I can guarantee you that much. At least for Southwest Airlines, at least the last time I used it, it was like $5.99 or some shit. Pretty cheap, surprisingly. But also, I like my mom actually has like a Southwest rewards thing too that I'm attached to as well. So I get the benefits as much as she does when I fly with Southwest. So I think that might have something to do with it too a little bit. So I probably get like some sort of like reward discount or some shit. So it's not really like, I mean, I don't know, but I mean, thinking about it though, like outside of Alaska Airlines, I probably fly with Southwest the most, and honestly, Southwest is actually pretty legit. I like flying with Southwest. I mean, you still gotta deal with the crammed fucking aircraft and sardines and all that bullshit, because literally every airline does that, but, I mean, at least their flight stewards and all that shit, they're actually pretty legit. There's been a few times where he actually has some charismatic ones that are actually pretty funny and actually, like, legitimately, like, pretty cool to talk to and shit. So, I don't know, at least when it comes to at least domestic airlines, Southwest is actually pretty legit. I almost got to go to Japan, but nope. Because COVID situation, you don't even see more foreigners in right now anyway. Oh my lord. Well, also I do, from what I understand, Japan socially tends to be more xenophobic in general. So I'm sure that probably has a partial role to play with that as well. Like, they just tend to be, you know, unfortunately more culturally xenophobic. Which is stupid, but it's kind of how they are a little bit. Just because of how, like, some of their, you know, social norms are about, like, how they view themselves culturally and all this other shit. But it's because of a lot of their fucking nationalism. But they're not the only country to be plagued by this bullshit anyway. Like, America is, like, a lot of countries are. They're not exempt from that. But they just, you know, tend to also really follow that with some of their foreign policy too, which is honestly becoming far more of a detriment to them than anything at this point. It's like you kind of need people in your country because, like, you don't really have many young people getting together and having kids. And it's actually legitimately a problem because you have such a massive, like, older population and not a big youthful one. So you kind of, you legit need people. Like, they need to take, like, the Icelandic policy with things. Like, encourage people to marry their, you know, people and shit. Man or a woman, who gives a fuck, and just, like, you know, let them, you know, fucking get over there. He doesn't care about the bullshit, wants to go anywhere. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not, like, hard for, you know, like, foreigners to eventually, like, assimilate there and stuff, but, you know, it's just that they have a more of a standoffish approach to them. It's not like, you know, all Japanese people, you know, native to Japan are like this. Like, you know, there's a lot of them that actually, you know, welcome foreigners and want them to come by and visit and, you know, check them out and all that type of shit. No more of the COVID bullshit. Oh, he doesn't care about the COVID bullshit. Yeah, let's go anyway. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I know my brother wants to go to Japan at some point. He actually has invited me to go if he does, which, I mean, if he does, I mean, it's just like, I'm gonna tell him, it's like, yo, I mean, hey, I'll save up for it, but, you know, it's just like, if there's, you know, something you might need to clutch up on, you know, just telling you, but hey, if you're offering, I'll go. Apparently, from what I understand, like, my mom told me that he's trying to, like, make amends with me by wanting to do these different things. And it's just like, well, he can just text me or hit me up. Like, I think because we've had a few, like, in the last times we've met with each other, we've had, like, either standoffish or very aggressively hostile encounters. He thinks that, like, you know, I don't want nothing to do with him, but it's like, it's not even really that. It's just like, you gotta work on your shit and quit being an aggressive asshole and blowing up on every little thing. And also just be like, yo, don't worry so much about what I'm doing, and just be like, you know, wondering, you know, what I'm into or something, you know, like, you know, it's like, you know, like, even if it comes to things like politics and shit, like, you know, instead of being like, immediately shut down mode and like, you know, nope, you know, reactionary to, you know, something that I, you know, say that you might disagree with, actually listen to see what I might say about something, or whatever the fuck. It's just like, I mean, it's just little shit like that. But, you know, I find him to be kind of a aggressive anger problem, anger management issued, you know, narcissist, so it's like, it's kind of hard to, you know, get that through sometimes, I think. So it's just like, if he wants to do that, that's fine, but just don't be such an aggressively, like, angry asshole. Like, honestly, like, I mean, what the fuck, you know? That's all. See how much an asshole that guy is? Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, though. It's just like, it's like, because the thing is, I've had times where him and I hung out and we're chilling and we have a good time. Like, I saw Smashing Pumpkins with him after I did acid and we had a good time. So it's just like, you know, it's like, it's not like I don't have bad memories of him, you know, strictly, and that's it. It's like, and I know him and I can have a good time and shit. It's just like, you know, even if there's like, because I know, like, especially the last time, which was Thanksgiving, when we really blew the fuck up on each other, it's just like, you know, I was listening into some of the shit he was dealing with. He was legit still having to work that night that I was there, still doing some recordings or some shit for his work. You know, his fucking, you know, his house, you know, that he recently just got, you know, like, there was bullshit going on where there was, like, a water leak and some water damage that he already had to fucking, you know, invest to fix. You know, there's a lot of fucking bullshit he had to deal with. And then, you know, his dog fucking, you know, started biting me again and all this shit, started getting aggressive with me when I brought Zukov along. And he was caught off guard because there was a miscommunication on him knowing if I was bringing my dog or not, you know, and all this other bullshit. Like, you know, so it's not like, you know, I didn't know that all this shit was on his plate, and I was trying to, you know, at some point explain that to him. But, you know, once, you know, we already blew up, and I was already blowing up because my hand was all bitten to shit, you know, and all this other bullshit, it's just like, I mean, it ended up just being, like, two aggressively, like, blown up personalities, you know, getting at each other, and it just wasn't good. And he made it fucking worse, fundamentally, at the end of the day, because he literally was putting his hands on me and fucking putting me in chokehold and all this other bullshit while I was trying to be the bigger man and walk away from everything. So, it's just like, you know, at the end of the day, you know, he's more in the wrong than I am on this type of shit, and it's just like, he even came up, you know, to the whole situation asking what's wrong with me. And it's like, what, me? What? It's like, nothing. I'm like, my shit's all fucked up. And it's like, and your dog, you know, bit my hand and attacked me over, you know, and that's what happened. But he as soon as he heard that part, he was like, shutdown mode, and started blowing up. And it's just like, okay. It's like, I know you got your bullshit, but like, holy fuck. But I think that's why he's trying to do the whole amends idea. Because honestly, it's just like, if he wants to, just, all he has to do is just hit me up and, you know, honestly, just start small. Don't, like, start big and, you know, and, like, like extra rambunctious about it. Like, you know, just like be like, hey, want to go to a pizzeria or something, and just let's just chat. You know, about whatever the fuck. It doesn't even matter. That's just honestly, I think, the best way to do it. Smashing Pumpkins is one of those bands I forget that exists. I do too sometimes, but when I saw them live, like, because especially I saw them after I had some acid, I actually kind of vividly remember them now. And they're actually a pretty good band. And I'm not just saying that because I saw them on acid. But they're actually pretty legit good. Because they got like some pretty soft songs, but they also got some really like very hard hitting heavy songs as well that you can really like bang your head to. So it's just like, they definitely are like a really good mixture of like all sorts of different, you know, varieties of grunge. That's for sure. Order a tube for your bike. Harley and I will get it fixed next time we work on a Freebird. Cool. Good shit. Yeah, I just realized there's that one person, Jasmine, from earlier who just said hey, but never said anything else. And I think that person's just been lurking this entire time. Listen to me drunkly ramble about life. Speaking of it, oh, alright. Yeah, honestly, how's that, speaking of acid, is a tube for the bike? Yeah. Who cares? All I know is that a new tube for the bike is a good thing. Because you definitely want to make sure that's nice and up and running. Because shrooms are possibly for loud and lit. That is true. Because I'm going to have those, I'm going to put those aside, and I'm going to make sure that I have a fat dose for a stream. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, I actually will, like, when if I do get some, I'm going to have a stream where I'm going to take, like, a full fucking fat dose and just get hell lit. Turning an 8-hour stream, Lamau. You know what? I'm gonna see if I could try to get reinstated back on Twitch, possibly before then. Because if so, that would actually legitimately help a lot. Because as long as I don't actually take them on stream on Twitch, I'm Gucci. YouTube don't fucking matter as much, but fucking Twitch though. I could do it though. Like, I could be high on shrooms. I just can't actually eat them on stream. But I'd definitely do it. This is a major COVID surge. Just going on a report we do like test. So many people on my work are sick. Dude, you know what? When I came back from being sick, that was the same thing for my work too, dude. Is one of the symptoms having like some hardcore mucus bullshit? Because honestly, I've been having like this sniffly bullshit ever since I got sick. On top of that, my manager's had a similar thing, and she noticed this one thing where she actually got like this fat ass like loogie that was like bloody and mucusy at the same time. Sorry for the TMI, but that's just what it is. that's a symptom. That's like one thing. One, there was really just one gnarly one, and I got the same thing when I was sick. That can be a symptom, yeah. Honestly, dude, I'm wondering if I oh man, I hope not, but I'm wondering if I actually did. Because honestly, like, the people at my work have like a lot of this whole like sniffly thing, and on top of that, like, at least for me, I got sick the day after. Okay, so it was Tuesday I officially really got sick. And Monday I was at work when everybody thought I wasn't actually going to be at work, funny enough. Because they thought I requested a day off and had it off and all this other shit. And, you know, and outside of that, like, for me, I think I got sick at one of the Royal Blood shows, either at the Seattle one or the Portland one. And I think might have been the Portland one, because that's where I was really starting to kind of mosh out and go more all out and shit like that. You know, so I think it might have been the Portland one, because I had a day where I was okay, and then I got sick, and then I was kind of sick, and then I was alright enough to at least, you know, go grab, you know, my money really quick and head back home. And that was pretty much about as much as I could do. And also seeing that Tyler and I didn't get it. That's true. And also, the thing is, though, what's fucked up is that at this point, even if I got a COVID test, it would not even matter at this point. Like, that's the fucked up thing. Because, honestly, like, respiratory-wise, like, the only thing that I got going on is just some mucus buildup. And this happens whenever I've had colds and flus and all this other shit. That's why, honestly, initially I thought I might have had the flu, because all the symptoms were to that, nothing COVID related. So, I mean, honestly, I still feel like it might be that, but, you know, I know a lot of the newer symptoms tend to be, you know, not as severe and more, like, flu-oriented in comparison towards, you know, like other older COVID strains, like the alpha variants and shit. So, I don't know. You can get a PCR test that will give you a positive up to 90 days after infection. Oh, well. Hey, if you can link me where to get one of those, I'll just grab it. I think those are expensive, though, because make fuck use of healthcare system. Aw, man. That'd actually be nice. Those aren't at-home tests. Oh, really? You have to go to a testing center? Son of a bitch. Wonder if our pharmacy may have some. If so, I'll do that. At-home tests or antibody tests? Well, at this point, I probably have antibodies. Especially with vaccines and shit. Which actually, I know I qualify for a booster, so I'm gonna do that again. It's gonna be pretty dope. Funny enough, the only reason why I know that is because I got a text from my work that's just like, hey, you qualify for another booster. And it's like, awesome. I'm gonna go make sure I have that appointed the next time I have a day off. So, I would have done that last week, but I ended up getting sick, so I was like, I don't really have enough energy to just get my money and just go home. So, it's like, I mustered up that, and, you know, and that was about it. And my manager happened to be there still, so she saw me, and it's like, hey, feeling better? And it's like, enough to come out here, grab my money, but that's about it. She's like, alright, you know, you're gonna probably be okay for tomorrow. It's like, yeah, I've been feeling significantly better, blah, 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 but, you know, I'll let you know if I don't or not, but I should, you know, be okay. And I was, like, I got, like, by Wednesday, I was like at least 100 times better than Tuesday. And by Thursday, I was like 100 times better from Wednesday. So it's like I was getting pretty good, you know, by the time, you know, like Friday hit and fucking Saturday hit and all that shit. But like, man, like, motherfuck, like, cause on, like, Friday was just fucked up. Like, if it wasn't so goddamn busy, I probably would have been a lot more recovered, but like, it was just like, ugh, ridiculous. And I don't feel like I've fully recovered because of that, because every fucking day since then, including today, has not been dead or slow at all. It's been like slow kind of, and then it would just be like slammed for a while. It's like, why can't we just have a good day? It's like, motherfuck. But no, there has to be like a weekend sale because of Mother's Day, and then people want to like come here today because apparently like gas prices are low enough that people want to like come in for that and then grab other shit while they're here. And it's like, ugh. It's like, go away, please. But nope. Man, today was just ridiculous. Should I drink a beer? I'm like halfway through my second one, dude. And you haven't even had one? Do a 1.5 sober streak. Do that on like, you gotta do that at like the beginning of the week. Because then it's easy, because then it's like, you start on Sunday, and then, you know, you got that full week. And then you got the next week that starts on Sunday. And then half the week through, it's going to be Wednesday. It's very easy to do it that way. I started last week. Oh, man. Wait, really? Shit. Oh. I'm at 6 days. Oh, shit. Man. Dude, that's tough. Oh, man. And it's Monday now. Fuck. If it was Saturday, I would have said absolutely. But because you wanted to do that, now I don't want to break your fucking, like... So it's either drink a beer tonight or wait until Saturday. Ooh, fuck. I don't want to break your fucking rhythm. Because you're kind of like, you know, you're about halfway there as it is. Shit, I don't want to break your rhythm. Even though I'm like fucking lit, I want to say no because I don't want to break your rhythm. But there's nothing stopping me if you decide so. If you decide to want to say fuck it, like, you know, you can't say I persuaded you because I'm saying, you know, I don't want to break the rhythm. So, at the end of the day, that's your decision. Actually, shit, the fish will break my rhythm anyway. Oh, really? Oh, that's right. Oh, so you're gonna say fuck it? Okay. Well, you know that was your influence. I'm staying firm to that. It's not like you can't restart, you know, after that anyway. No way I'm dumping half a beer after using the other half for batter. Oh, fuck no. Either you're gonna use like the other half to consume it, or you're giving that to somebody. And you don't got anybody to share that with, you know, while you're making your food. So obviously what's gonna happen is that's gonna be drunk. So, okay, maybe I am persuading you. You gotta take a picture of your food because it sounds amazing. And I feel like a pleb because all I have is just chicken tenders from work and some ketchup. Lol, reminds me of the time I was rushing to Max and shoved a half-drunk beer to a homeless guy to get rid of it quick. Dude, I bet the homeless person was probably very happy. either for the extra 10 cents or the 5 cents, depending on when this happened, or, you know, for the fact that there was that and half-drunk beer for them to drink. So it's just like, that homeless person was probably happy no matter what. Oh my god, dude. I think both free beer and 10 cents. Oh, hell yeah. Dude, if I was homeless, dude, I would be the happiest motherfucker, you know, so like, that night, dude. I'd be looking at this and be like, half drunk beer and 10 cents? Fuck yeah! I get a little buzzed and I get 10 cents. Yes! Dude, I'd be happier than a fucking pig in shit. I'll be very homeless, like, any fucking potential to have money in your pocket is fucking anything to make you happy, so, you know, that 10 cents, like, it adds up, especially as you, like, collect cans over time. And probably the weirdest occurrence ever in Portland. I had to abandon a fuck ton of beer to get to the Bossa Nova. I left 2 6-packs at my bike, just sitting on the sidewalk. Not a single one of those cans were gone afterwards. What? No way, dude. Dude, you are the luckiest son of a bitch. Dude, I actually remember, I think it was the second time I saw him on a Marth, and, I remember they noticed that I had, like, my little small weed pouch, like, with the little pipe, lighter, and all that shit. They kind of noticed it in my pocket. And it said, hey, look, you know, it's like, you can either go outside and probably hide that, or we'll have to confiscate it. You know, it's one of your choices. And it's like, oh, okay, that's fine. You know, it's like, I'll just go outside and, you know, and come back in. Is that okay? And it's like, yeah, that's totally fine. Well, you know, we can... You know, we'll, you know, let you pass and shit. You know, just go hide it. So I went outside and I found this, like, little, like, sidewalk bush thing, you know, whatever the fuck, one of those things. And I just kind of made, like, a little pit, put that little pouch in there and just kind of buried it a little bit. And, I mean, I think, honestly, just because I buried it, after the show, it was still there. But it's just like, honestly, because of how I buried it, because I was rushing it so fast, like, I didn't really bury it that well. Like, you can obviously tell it was still there and shit. Like, it was just because it was so rushed. You know, so it's just like, honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Because, like, you know, any motherfucker would be like, huh, a pouch, so what's in here? Open it up. Because, like, if it was a homeless person, they were either thinking heroin, meth, crack, weed, or something. You know, like some sort of fucking drug and shit. You know, and if they open it up and they see weed, or, you know, they're gonna think, fuck yeah. If they see any other drug, they're probably thinking, fuck yeah, either way. You know, depending what their itch is, I guess. You know, so it's just like, I mean, either way, you know, like, if somebody were to look at that and open it up, they're gonna be happy. You know, so, especially if it's weed, like, because who doesn't, you know, especially around here who don't smoke that at this point. Excuse me, we're not a weed-friendly zone. We're not a weed-friendly venue. Well, honestly, it's just because I had a pouch and it was in one of my pockets. So if it's all if a pouch with a lighter, weed, and a fucking pipe was all smushed in the pouch, like, yeah, it's all gonna kind of be noticeable if you get a pat down real quick. Which that venue was doing to everybody, so it's like I wasn't exempt from that by any means. But it was just like, you know, they at least gave me the option. They weren't like, nah, we're not gonna let you just like walk out and like come back in really quick. We're just gonna like, you know, confiscate that. Like, they weren't like that about it. They at least weren't dicks. Like, the dude was at least being reasonable about it. So I'll give him that. Honestly, I remember, and it's the most absurd concert too. The Doobie Brothers with Journey. I was about to say The Journey, but no. But like, because honestly, I remember my friend Harley had a Swisher, not even with weed in it, but like during the Doobie Brothers, he was lighting that up, and he was getting called out for that type of shit by security, even though like pretty much all the other boomers around us were fucking doing it, smoking some doobies and shit. And also, like, sneakily drinking, too, their own, like, drinks that they brought in. That you could tell was obviously some liquor and all that other shit. And on top of that, like, I brought some of my own weed and stuff, but I never even pulled it out yet at this point. So, it's just, like, the fucking security that was staffed during that show, like, during the Doobie Brothers and Journey, was, like, the most Karen fucking, like, security squad that has ever existed in like any venue, I think, ever. It was at the Ridgefield too, funny enough. But at the same time, there was also like the most chillest like security person ever at the same time that was at that show too, because one of them happened to be overhearing like the other security obviously like targeting us and shit, and that same person happened to find us and was just like, yo, look, you know, don't worry about it. It's kind of, you know, like I was here the other night, you know, smoking some doobies and shit here, you know, fucking blah, 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 and all this other shit. Like, you know, like there was actually, like one of the other security actually was kind of clutching and being chill with us a little bit, which was actually kind of nice. But, like, the rest of them were literally straight up, like, out, like, for blood. Because they're like, oh, there's a bunch of youngsters here, huh? Well, let's go fucking, you know, start getting at them. And we almost got kicked out. It was fucking ridiculous. I remember in between the Doobie Brothers and fucking Journey where, like, me and my friend's mom were in the smoking section. We were, like, smoking some doobs. And, like the most blonde Karen fucking, like, the shortest little fucking Karen you have ever seen in your life, with the most like jersiest of orange tans and the blondest of blondes hairs, that was just peak Karen, just showed up. It was just like, just barely saying a fucking word, and it's just like, oh, you can't picture being such a square that you go after stoners at a Doobie Brothers concert. I know! Dude, that's the fucked thing about it. That is the fucked thing about it. And you wanna know what's crazy is that we literally almost get kicked out before we see Journey because of this fucking altercation I'm talking about. Because my friend, Metal T, happens to see all this happen. And he ain't having any of this bullshit. So he steps the fuck in, being his obvious aggressive, angry self. As I know you, Rip, understand. It was just like, no, you have no right doing this, blah, 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 like all this other shit. And, of course, this bitch is just walking away, literally, like, you know, duck button walking away, like, got the swagger of, like, I own this place, and I just fucking, you know, saved the day, bitches. Like, she just had, like, she had that fucking swagger as I saw her walking away with, dude. Like, her fucking booty was going bonga bonga bong in confidence, bro. Like, it was ridiculous. And just fucking, like, my friend just starts charging up ahead and literally cuts her off, being like, And she's just like, no. And just, like, turns 90 degrees and just, like, just avoids him like it was just some other random shitbag or whatever the fuck. Like, and oh my, dude, like, at that moment, I literally, as I'm walking up to try to, like, and at this point, it's starting to run. because I'm like, uh-oh, I'm about to get kicked out with, like, my boy and his mama, like, waiting outside for, like, I think, were you even there? I don't even think you were there, but I know my friend Harley was there for sure. And like we were just gonna wait for them. It's like, oh no, bro, and they're gonna wonder. I know there was somebody else with us. Future Republican material right there. Dude, I guarantee you that bitch probably did try to run for like some local office or some shit, but failed. And then she just decided to be like, nah. It's my house. I'm gonna confiscate this weed for personal consumption later. Dude, I know that's what it was. Dude, she walked up there because she was probably stressed at her job, and she just like, you know what, I'm gonna exert my, you know, stress on somebody and just take their fucking weed just so I can fucking, you know, de-stress myself with a few of my friends. Like, you know, like, I guarantee you that's what it was. But the funny thing is, though, I still had my lighter, and I still had all my weed that I had in my pocket, because all I did was load a bowl, and we were about to smoke it. So all they got was just one fresh bowl, and that was it. So all they get was a bowl, and also the pipe that we had was literally this broken ghetto, like, fucking, we had like this weird concrete caulk stuff that was like, you know, connected to two glass pieces with some tape around it. Like, it was the most ghetto rigged motherfucker that ever existed. But that little guy, oh my god, dude, that little guy fucking like pushed me and my homies, you know, for all sorts of things. And it got confiscated in that concert. And it was like, it was like an Uncle Robert fucking creation. Because if you go back on his streams far enough, like, I mean, my Uncle Robert, I mean, he wasn't uncle by blood, but that's what I call him. I mean, he, like, would straight up ghetto rig, like, little pipes, little bongs, like, broken shit, and make it workable again. Like, he would just do that shit, because he would just be a frugal son of a bitch like that, you know, because he grew up, yeah, he lived a lot of his lifestyle being pretty frugal with money, so he would, you know, find ways, you know, kind of, you know, get a rig or jerry rig different things like that. So it's just like, I mean, that's what I found very impressive about him in a lot of ways with that type of shit. Smoked out of enough soda cans to know there's probably something wrong with smoking from an aluminum can. No shit. Is it gonna turn into our pipe stream? No. Honestly, like, oh, you know what? Oh my god, I just realized. I still have a stash of some of his old shit, man. It's in here. Let's see what... Oh, well, there's not much in this. Hold on. Is it in this one? A little, kind of. Oh, here's one. Here's like a little... Oh, dude, he would smoke out of this all the time. This is like a little fucking banger he used to smoke out of all the time. Why did he tape the fucking carb? To get fucking hella extra lit, I guess? I don't even know, man. I'm assuming this used to go to something, but this is something else that he attempted to make, I think. You could tell the jerry-riggedness of this thing. There's actually different things in here that he probably used to keep in an attempt to figure out how to, like... Wait, hold up. What the fuck? Is this just like a random ass air pump that's in here? It's an air pump. Yeah. Is that a Donald Trump fucking... Dude, that's dude, that's Tiger King. Dude, that's a Tiger King pipe. In a banana pipe? Nice. I smoked weed through a shoddy barrel, Vietnam style. I could do that, but I'm not going to do that because that would probably be TOS for YouTube. Okay, hold up. I'm going to figure this out. How in the fuck does this even get in here? I guess like that? I guess so. A hot dog pipe? Okay, that is awesome. I'm pretty sure smoking through a gun barrel will potentially screw up the gun residue. That's why you clean the gun. Or do that with a gun you don't give a shit about. Which is, I'm pretty sure, where a lot of the soldiers of Vietnam did. They probably found like a bunch of guns they just kind of picked up from dead soldiers and just kind of used those. I'm just assuming. But I'm assuming they wouldn't use their actual guns or the ones they use the most to do that with. Sorry, officer, just munching on a hot dog. Just crunch into the glass like, you know, fucking Chad. It's like, yes, it's a hot dog. Why are you bleeding excessively? That's mustard, it's so good. This is mustard, officer, and it's very delicious. Are you sure you meant ketchup? No, I meant mustard.
Yeah. Okay. Either in or out. Okay, I guess in.
A wild dad has appeared. I saw a video once where a tweaker literally ate meth pipe to get out of possession charges. Oh my god, what the fuck? Is that in Florida? My grand goals and now said a pot was really growing out of there and his buddies would take it. Well, yeah, because I imagine it's pretty native to the region when it comes to growing there. Shit, gotta take a piss. Gotta take a piss. Here. Play this in background. In the meantime. I'll be back. Yourself to on the libs, Ignar. What do you think I am? The fucking pseudo Ignar Husky? Little Husky? I'm not Little Husky, dude. I mean, he would, but I mean, I wouldn't. If I wanted to own the libs, well, I would take a lot more radical approaches than that. Is that TikTok theme? No, I'm pretty sure that's a fetish that people have. Don't you know piss is freedom juice, Ignar? Hey. I mean, it might be fucking freedom juice, but it ain't fucking freedom juice that I'm aware of. This is some freedom juice. Oh, those dumb right-wingers who drink it to fight COVID. You know what's funny? I saw, like, you know, some of these, like, weird, you know, like, far-right people, or, like, you know, people like Jimmy Dore, who are like, oh, so now mainstream media and all these fucking people are about horse medicine, because there's, like, a do-it-yourself abortion pill that you can do when it comes to a very specific type of horse medication that you can acquire. And it's just like, they don't realize that there's a difference between ivermectin and, honestly, I forget the name of it, but there's, you know, of the fucking medicine that they're talking about with this other horse medication they're talking about. Because that at least works as an abortion substitute pill versus ivermectin to fight COVID, you retard. It's like, God, you actually have to fucking, you know, explain it to people. Yumi Dore is pro-birth now. Forced birth now. I don't know if he's pro-life in, like, entirely. I think he wanted to do it just because he wanted to make a fucking gotcha because of, like, ivermectin and all that shit. I don't think he's, like, doing it for the whole, you know, pro-life thing. I don't know if he's that. I don't think he is. I don't think he's willing to fall that far into the grift. Because he's like one of the good lefties to the right. So he's still gonna probably be pro-choice. I wouldn't be shocked if people start using animal abortion pills once contraception's illegal. Yeah. Like Vice News did an article, which is the whole thing that everyone's, at least a lot of people on the right, are talking about, you know, when it comes to that shit. Like they're saying, yeah, here's like some medication that you can use that, you know, is for horses that you can use that can actually help, you know, get an abortion if you need to. Valley gets off horse tranquilizer off the show. After the show. Man, I feel so bad, cause, like, you know, about Jimmy Dore, because, like, he actually at least seemed pretty respectable. I saw him live, so it's just like, I know, like, he's a real human being that, at least when it comes to the actual ideas, believes in it. Like, I've talked to him. But, like, when it comes down to fucking, you know, this shit he's doing, like, it's just a grift, and I know it is, and he knows it is. This is disappointing. It's just fucking disappointing to me more than anything. We shall acquire man to give vasectomies. I'm okay with that. Herbal states need to fight back by funding competition to say outlaw just ship massive free via USPS. Same Gabbard fucker also. Dude, Gabbard's not even a fucking progressive. Like, if you, like, honestly, now you felt stupid, you know, kind of being swindled into her for at least, like, a month or so. Because, like, she wasn't even for Medicare for All entirely. She wasn't even entirely anti-war. She was just against interventionist wars. Like, she was never really against wars, period. Like, I mean, she was never a true progressive. She just swindled enough fucking progressives because she looks pretty sexy. And you know what? Yeah, she looks hot, but who gives a fuck? Like, fuck her either way. Like, you know how many fucking far-right fundamentalist extremist motherfuckers, you know, when it comes to these, like, women and shit that are, like, quote, hot as fuck, but, like, I still have utter disdain for, that I wouldn't even hate fuck? Like, I mean, like, give me a break. Like, the list is fucking endless. It's like from fucking, you know, Abigail fucking Shapiro, or, I mean, whatever her surname is now, because she's married and all this other bullshit. Like, you know, like from her to Tommy Lahren to fucking, like, Lori Boat. Like, all these weird, like, chicks and that are psychopaths and shit, but, you know, in a vacuum look kind of hot or whatever the fuck. Like, whatever. Like, I wouldn't even go for it, because, like, bleh. It's like I have just a fucking disdain. I feel stupid for falling for AOC for a while. I mean, I'd hate fuck AOC. I don't even really hate AOC. I'm just really disappointed in her. Gabra's very hot, but fuck her. Yeah. It's like, you know, that's kind of my point. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene in a vacuum, for example, is, yeah, maybe kind of, like, in a strange, like, dominatrix way, kind of sexy, but, like, fuck her. Like, I have no interest in her because she's literally an illiterate, inept, fucking psychopathic bitch that I would literally, like, see get railed by Satan himself endlessly in a torture dungeon for as far as I can give a fuck. So, like, you know... Like, I'd rather watch her be, like, you know, like, sexually disabused by Satan himself for my own pleasure, more so than actually exert it myself. So, fuck her. In a weird way, I think she'd like it, too. Psycho bitch. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I could create the Christian states of America. Should create the fascistic Christian states of the greater America, because she would try to conquer the fucking rest of the Americas. She's that much of a psycho-fascist to try to do something like that. She would try to conquer Guam, thinking it's another country. Because, again, she's illiterate. And she actually makes me consider, like, actual legitimate, like, literacy and IQ tests, you know, before even qualifying to run for office. Because, like, holy shit. If an illiterate, psycho, fucking crazy bitch like her, who's not even literate or educated by any means, can fucking just whop their way into fucking politics like that, like, no, we need to start considering, you know, legitimate, like, mental and, like, neurological qualifications for people, because holy shit, like, there needs to actually be some sort of, like, actual criteria mentally, you know, for people, because holy fuck, do we want people like her? Because at this point, you know, it's like, I'm just going to point to her, you know, when people fucking start being like, wait, no, I don't. It's like, yeah, do you want Marjorie Taylor Greene to exist and just, like, you know, have more of her? Like, no thanks. I'm not about that. There needs to at least be, you know, some sort of, like, mental cognitive ability test or some shit to show that at least you have some sort of a brain in your head to fucking run for office. Which pretty much like 99.9% of people will be able to pass that run for office already as it is. But when you have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, people like them wouldn't be able to pass because they're, you know, too illiterate and too much of a fucking psycho bitch. She doesn't even know the difference between Gestapo and Gazpacho. The Gazpacho police. It's just like, no, you need to be in an insane asylum. And yet somehow you're in fucking Congress. Wouldn't you opinion power? Doesn't speak French. You must be illiterate. Can't run for office. I mean, it's just it would be more of a basic cognitive test. Or something you wouldn't even be able to, like, change that much. What the hell is even gazpacho? I think it's like beans or something. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know. I unironically bet Google had a spike in search results when it came to gazpacho when she said that. Because I don't even fucking know, man. I don't even know. I think it's beans, but I don't even know. Gazpacho beans? Is that like a weird Italian ice cream? Well, that's different from a bean. So I don't know, dude. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know, man. Like, that's how much of a fucking psycho bitch that she is. She makes me contemplate what the fuck gazpacho is. And I feel like I shouldn't have to question this. But yet she literally makes me question this. Like, fuck this whole evil bitch. Like, oh my god. Like, holy fuck. Oh my god. I mean, this is why we need some sort of, like, cognitive test. Like, some basic thing or something. It's a vegetable soup, apparently. It's a goddamn vegetable soup! So, like, literal, like, fascist vegetable soup is gonna, like, start fucking, like, cracking down on me. Okay! Marjorie Taylor Greene does not have a brain. She's literally illiterate. I will defend that. Like, she has not had any true actual form of education. Whatever educational background she claims to have is literally 100% bullshit. I will die on that hill. Like, oh my god. Okay. I'm good. I want... okay, I'm good. I'm good. She chucked like a gallon of gazpacho on Marjorie Taylor Greene during a press conference or some shit. I would actually die of laughter. In the right-wing populist party named Trumpists in 1989 actually unironically purge them and make sure they are wiped from existence. Like, do what Israel does to the Palestinians with the Trumpists of 1989 in this Cold War mod that you talk about. Like, oh my god. Ensure that their existence no longer exists. Oh my god. That sounds... oh my god. That sounds disturbing. Didn't Trump have an enlightened centrist party at some point in the 1990s? I think that's the idea. Oh my god, man, why did you just remind me that that motherfucker literally ran multiple times? And also, he ran for the Democratic Party too, by the way. Oh my god, dude, I can't believe that so many far-right fascists actually unironically believed him. And now there's a whole fucking movement because of him. Or is it more stupid that people believed that he was like this weird Democrat or some shit back in the day? Was it more foolish then, or was it more, like, more foolish back in 2016? Like, I don't even know, dude. What the fuck? This country, dude. Is it, like, really honestly beyond saving? Like, I'm actually really, like, thinking this. Like, is it really? Like, what the fuck? He's more of a liberal billionaire before he went full boomer. You mean more like fucking Fred Trump, where he actually became like a dementia-addled Alzheimer's patient? You know what they did with Fred Trump when he started becoming dementia-addled? He would actually show up to his office, but you want to know how they arranged it? They would literally just have empty sheets of paper in different folders that would open up and shit, thinking they were like different, you know, corporate deals and business trades and all this other bullshit, and would just sign them, you know, just empty blank pieces of paper. And he would have a phone ring at certain times of the day that would always go directly to his accountant in his main office. And that person would mimic basically different business people, different tradesmen, different, industrialists, etc., in a sense, because he was so dementia-addled and so cognitively impaired in his old age that you can get away with doing that type of shit, and essentially they co-opted the ownership of the company that he owned, and co-opted all the management that he was doing, and recognized it, despite Fred Trump never having a lick of an idea what was going on, because he was literally so dementia-addled and so cognitively impaired in his old age. Just like his son, by the way. More like Warren Buffett, more predatory billionaire shit lives like for some reason so enlightened centrist somehow. I mean, at the time, but that was just because Trump was really doing whatever he could to maximize his own fucking profit and coffers. Trump was always the same old guy. He was a fucking racist piece of shit who would purposely fucking, fuck over people like minority black communities and fucking, go against, immigrant workers and shit that were contracted for him and shit. Like, he was still a fucking racist, fascist piece of pig shit that he always was. But I guess at the same time, a lot of Democrats back in the day were too, because there were also a lot of fucking racist pig fucks themselves as well. Oh, you wanna know what's funny? Biden back in the... Oh, man, dude, he said some shit where he basically said that, man, I wish we had the good old days like segregation where everybody was civil. Like, he literally wants the old days back where segregation was the thing, because at least back in the day his opponents were civil, because, hey, at least they would take you out to dinner sometime. Like, this racist fucking degenerate pig, like, literally, like, wishes that segregation was back and wants, like, the fucking 1950s back. Like, the nuclear family, the fucking proto-fascist fucking America, fucking absolute fucking racist segregationist pig that he is. And yet he's supposed to be the harm reduction. He's a huge part of the problem. And he laughs at people like us too, to boot, by the way. He'll make jokes about how unpopular it is. Like, that whole, like, presidential, like, press conference fucking dinner thing, whatever the fuck that happened recently, where he made a joke where it's like, wow, the only place where I'm not the most unpopular person in the room is here. Wow, impressive. And it's just like, he's talking, into a room with a bunch of billionaires and a bunch of other fucking rich fuck corporate piece of shit. GOP wants the 1850s, Democrats want the 1950s, they'll probably meet the 1900s. Yeah, well, at least as far as I'm concerned, they'll get the Haymarket Affair in 1888. Where the firebomb's thrown. TNT gets some chucked. Or we can meet him a little further ahead and go into 1921 where Blair Mountain happens. Either way, it works for me. Some Roblox to own the libs. 100%. I mean, at the end of the day, it's always been about class. And honestly, it's just like the sooner people start realizing that again, the better. And it's like we're already seeing, the beginning of that shit, but people cannot fucking forget that. As much as this Roe v. Wade shit was used, I think, as a really nice, perfect strategy against the establishment, against us, to distract everybody, because it's a nice little social wedge issue to get, pro-lifers and pro-choicers against each other. when in the times of labor, as that's starting to build up a little bit. Between Starbucks, Amazon especially, but other different companies, between Verizon, different grocery stores, and, you know, as of recently, things like John Deere, etc., etc. I mean, it's just like, it's the perfect way to make sure that a lot of those workers who might have different ideas about, you know, abortion and shit can start getting distracted again. It's a nice, convenient little thing to make sure that the labor movement starts getting stifled, you know, as it starts getting kicked up a little bit, isn't it? It's like weird. Kind of conspiratorial, but it seems a little planned, you know, when they wanted to do this, as, you know, a lot of this type of shit starts building up. As Chris Smalls goes into fucking, you know, to speak at the fucking Senate and shit. Or, you know, or the Senate committee, I believe, I think. You know, on top of, the terms election, on top of all this other type of shit that's going on. It's like, pretty convenient for this to drop. As the Democrats do fuck all, if anything, you know, support, again, you know, a Texan Democrat who is pro-abortion, or pro-life, who is anti-abortion. It's just like, curious. It's as if the party understands that, like, hey, this whole labor thing is actually against, you know, the corporate interests that we support and that are benefiting us and giving us money. What do we do to distract them? Well, we'll let the Republicans have the whole Roe v. Wade thing and let them revoke that. And then we'll let them go against trans people, gay people a little further, and against women's rights, and then we can use that as campaign ads. It's as if that's what the Democrats are about. Making sure that the fucking corporate elite that the GOP and the Democratic Party benefit from maximize their wealth, influence, and power in the entire, not just geopolitical forces, but also within the domestic powers in this country. Weird. And who fucking, you know, benefits out of that? Well, them, obviously. Who doesn't? Well, literally everybody else. People on the right, people on the left, everybody in between. And we all get distracted with, like, things like, oh, harm reduction because Dems bad. Harm reduction because Republicans bad. Oh, this and that. Blah, 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 blah. All this other bullshit that is mostly funded and propped up by these motherfuckers and shit. They're used to galvanize, you know, division against the working class and a lot of the common poor class lower strata. And, well... make sure that we, you know, stay venomous and fucking aggressive against each other versus the upper class and the other class. Odd. Weird how things like these social wedge issues like Roe v. Wade tend to prop up and shit when the working class seem to start, you know, galvanizing some sort of, you know, consciousness, you know, for each other. Weird. Where'd that go? Come here. I'm done with the federal government. Unless they pass general protections, they can fuck off and sit out these elections. Yeah. Like, honestly, for me personally, like, when it comes to the Senate election, I'm not voting for Ron Wyden. Like, I'm done with the federal side of things. Like, I went for William Barlow III because, you know, with his idea about, like, you know, the whole Native American thinking 7 generations ahead and, you know, things about the climate and shit like that. Like, I like, you know, a lot of what he's saying. So, I don't think he's going to, you know, pass, you know, through and become a nominee or anything like that. I'm pretty sure Ron Wyden is going to, but, like, I don't support, you know, what the fuck our current, you know, incumbents and what our fucking established fucking Democratic Party's doing. So, fuck them. Including Wyden, as far as I'm concerned. Like, he's a part of the problem, too. Like, what, you know, what type of fucking, you know, resistance is he helping prop up with this shit against the, you know, the entire establishment as it is now? Like, some of the policies and some of the legislation that he pushes every now and then that, you know, might actually legit be good, but really, at the end of the day, doesn't go fucking nowhere because the rest of the establishment doesn't, you know, fucking go for it, then, fuck him. I don't care. I don't trust Barlow. It seems too pro-military and misleading. This healthcare reform section seems bringing more power to the current system. I mean, I just noticed a lot of his very climate and pro, like sustainability factors when it comes to things like capitalism and those things. So I feel like he kind of seems to have his heart in the right place, but I didn't see like all of his policies, so I'm not too sure how like pro-military he really truly is. It doesn't really strike me as pro-military though, or I guess like pro-war overall. But all in all, I mean, maybe that'd be different. I don't think again he's going anywhere. So, but I also don't think the other person is going anywhere either. I forgot what that person's name was. To be fair, I actually filled out the ballot at this point, so I already have it like sealed up and put inside the envelope and shit. So it's just about turning it in now at this point. So I can't just like whip it out really quick. From broad view, he seems decent, but his actual policy seems pretty shitty in my opinion. From a third person, it's a complete joke. Okay, so yeah. So it seems like the second best viable option, I guess. Which is kind of all in all, which is why I kind of filled up my ballot for him, because I don't think he's gonna go anywhere. I don't really think he's gonna actually replace Wyden by any means, but at least when it comes to a lot of the ideas that I personally am thinking about, like he's more closer to what I believe in, so at least as a sense of no confidence against the current system, I'm going to vote for him. I mean, because at least he's closer to what I believe in versus the rest of them. Like with Brent Thompson and, that's his name, Brent Thompson. So it's just like, I guess in a sense, he, could be like a throwaway vote in a sense, I guess. But at the end of the day, just in case, I might as well put it to something that is at least closer to my policy. Why is there no primary challenger for someone who's been in office since the 1980s? What the fuck? In office apart 3 different decades? What fucking office could that fucking even be? Oh my god. Sounds horrible. Fuck, that's just some dumb participating in that. Wyden. Ugh. Oh, yeah. Has he really been there since the 90s? Are you serious? Oh my god, yeah, fuck him then. None of the challengers are serious. Ugh. I mean, you're alright about that. Like, I don't necessarily think Barlow is serious, or else, there would actually be, like, some sort of significant, like, influence to potentially get him through. Like, I never heard about him until just, like, the last few days when I got the fucking pamphlet in. So, evidently it ain't really exactly super serious. It's kind of like a shot in the dark and be like, well, I hope we kind of get it. We'll say this, so I'm actually pretty excited because there seems like there is legit like an actual contender against Kurt Schrader for once. Like Jamie McLeod-Skinner actually could possibly fucking replace him. And holy fuck, if that's the case, that would be so much better. I couldn't even tell you. And there actually might be a possibility of that. I mean, I'm not going to say 100% for sure, but I mean, it's look kind of, I mean, around here, like, I don't see nothing related to Kurt Schrader. While Kurt, like, will endlessly put, like, fucking, like, bullshit in your fucking mail about how he's for this, for that, all this vague bullshit, how Nancy Pelosi endorses him and all this garbage filth. And, well, like, while Jimmy McLeod, while isn't necessarily hitting that really that hard, is at least, you know, getting all the, you know, endorsements and all the fucking, you know, like, momentum where it actually matters. So it's just like, all in all, I'm actually kind of feeling a little, like, hopeful that Kurt Schrader could actually be fucking replaced finally. Because that would be nice. Because fuck him. Oops. Yep, what time is it anyway? Politics in America are a fucking joke. No fucking shit. Ugh. Goes through all mocks and laughs at us. I mean, like, I honestly remember when I was in Iceland, when I was talking to some Austrians. They were literally like, the topic of our healthcare system in the United States came up. Because I actually brought up about my mom and her situation, at least at the time, wasn't as bad as it was now. And, like, they were just, like, legitimately, utterly shocked that, like, something like that even existed the way it did. Like, they were just fucking disgusted by it. And it's just like, because honestly, it's just like, yeah. And I was telling them, it's like, yeah, to look at the rest of the world, like, I look at your country, I look at Iceland, I look at it, you know, the rest of, you know, the modern world, and I wonder, like, how did we get so disgustingly so far back, you know, with this shit? Because, like, we should, like, I mean, it's like, what the fuck is stopping us? For, you know, like, for a country that's supposedly the wealthiest nation in the world, we can't even get this shit for, you know, all of their people. It's just disgusting. Because both of my parents wouldn't be fucking suffering the way they are if it, you know, if it wasn't the case. Nobody would. I just feeling a little Civ 3, not even gonna lie. System is fucked up beyond repair. When both Biden and Trump are incredibly unpopular, yet they're the two front runners. 2024, we need completely new candidates. Yeah. Man, I can't believe you reminded me that they're both the front runners. Why did you remind me of that disgusting filth? What the hell? Why'd you do that? It's not like I already knew. Because it is the fucking truth. You mean a third of Americans to write no confidence? That would make a huge difference. I mean, that's why I'm kind of an advocate for that at this point. I know people like Paul Siegel are as well. But that's why, I mean, there needs to be more advocacy to that in general. Because it is an idea that needs to, you know, start propping its way up there even further. I found Buffalo Wild Wings to be entirely mediocre. It is pretty mediocre. Oops. That was okay. Oh, wait a minute. No, no. Oh, okay. No, we're good. You just saw there for the first time. They're alright. Some interesting flavors. I mean, they're okay. I'm not gonna say they're shit. They're kind of meh. You know what? How's my relation with people, foreign advisors? Alright, they're done with me. Took my mother there for Mother's Day because it was one restaurant in town we never been to. This be a tiny ass town. Couldn't picture going to every restaurant in Portland. Dude, that would be almost fucking impossible. Coleman is not big, more bars than anything. At least bars or something. Huntsville is more comparable to Portland. You sure about that? Guarantee you Huntsville isn't comparable to Portland. I know, dude. That's why I said, are you sure, bro? Are you sure, bro? Size Eugene Lamau. Size Eugene, bro. Damn, son. You just got checked on, bro. What you gonna do to that? Oh. Damn, bro. Got murked on. Birmingham is the biggest city in Alabama. Alabama's super rural. That wouldn't be necessarily a bad idea, you know, when it comes to Alabama, if it wasn't for the fact that it was like such a fascist Christian shithole. But because it is, I would want to avoid the fuck out of it. Move right over, yeah. Oh. Let's go avoid Bama, but everything is apparently cheap here compared to where you live. That's what everyone says, at least. No, I guarantee you it is. I mean, honestly, like, when it comes to affordability, I bet living over there would probably be better. Not even gonna lie. Use this. Oh, Berserker. Fortify your ass, yeah. What do you do? What? I misclicked and it moved the unit that I wanted to attack, but it didn't want to do that. Alright. There we go. Oh, oops. We see now Mexico cons to Canada, still the border of Canada. Say out the N-word too. Oh my god, little husky. Until you actually like evolve like a Pokemon, you know that one, that name is never going to stop, and two, you're just gonna be the sad little boy that you truly are, and you're just gonna be like the pathetical low-life nothing that you actually really are, and you should probably just embrace that about yourself. But yet here you are, just being a sad little shit, trying to be like some weird like fascist upbringer of like your people or some shit, even though they're so like such thing, and they're actually going to slowly but surely die off like they probably oughta should. So you might as well actually just embrace, you know, the fact that progression and progress is actually happening and be on the right side of history for once. I get it if you don't want to, but you know, I'm just saying. The way they know the libs. Oh my god, that's sad. Like, I'll do whatever it takes to own the libs, but I will at least do it within reason. I'm not gonna be like some weird, sad, pathetic fuck about it, you know what I'm saying? I mean, come on now. I'm out here actually admitted. Of course I pissed myself on the libs. Oh my god, bro. Damn. Not even I would do that. You would do that? Wow. Sad. Sad. Ignore equal owned. Oh, I'm so owned. Oh, I'm owned. I'm owned beyond belief. So we've all embraced fascism, you'll always be owned. Says you, you sad little baby. Little husky. Like, you realize that, like, pretty much every time that you say that, you just, like, embrace the idea that you're just more of the sad little bitch that you are. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, you know what happens to fascists, right? They kind of get curb stomped, like the little simps that they are. It's kind of cute. Drinking piss on the libs, BRB. I'm pretty sure that's also unironically TOS. This is on by. Oh, Netherlands, okay. Communist Good Camp says to his sad little fascist that thinks they have an actual voice in anything. Will do. Yeah. Turn the entire country into one big fat parking lot. Oh, because that would do so well for things like the climate, I'm sure. Hashtag, dude, come up with better material. Like, unironically. Come up with some better material, you sad little sissy. Smoke some crack and you'll see the world of pure imagination. I'm pretty sure I could just see that when it comes to, you know, things like Willy Wonka and Chocolate Factory and other mild amusements that are actually more legitimate than whatever the fuck that you probably got going on if you weird fucking crack fantasies, you psycho weird cunt. Just may you won't my. I'm pretty sure that's a projection right there, if I do say so myself. Pretty sure right there, Captain, that'd just be some projection. Okay, groomer. Says the actual unironic groomer. Odd. What type of emote was that? I couldn't even tell. It was an X. It's literally an X with a box in between it. Guess Rip left. How do you know? What, just because he's silent? Yeah, who knows? He probably did. That's okay. It's supposed to be a yawning emoji. Oh. Well, for some reason YouTube is... Or at least my app is just like, no, I don't recognize it. Nope. Don't recognize it. Hardcore much, man. Smoke weed every day. I mean, you say smoke commies, but in reality, you just want to smoke those delicious dicks all day. You know that's what you want to do. Admit it. Kind of here, trying to buy a vacuum and some Roblox material. Hey, I like that. Roblox material, huh? Penis is magically delicious. Yes. The French troop penis. Yes. Quite magically delicious indeed. You could just wish it. You could have this sexy body, man, like I have. Huh? Oh, that's rich. I'd rather not be a fat fuck, thank you. You have to know, I'm at a fit as I hit the gym every day. Yeah, as you also unironically fucking, you know, just like watch my stream all the goddamn time, thinking that you're like, you know, fucking all like, oh yes, I'm fit, hitting gym every day. Sorry, bro. It's like, no, you're not. Well, it's like, let's admit it now. No, you're not. You wish you were, but you're not. Like, come on now. How about Mark Cuban ass crack NFT? At least that would probably make more money than whatever his ass is selling for. Mark Cuban NFT. Don't question it. It's good. It's good for you. Smoke a bowl cracked. Awesome. Smoke more of that crack where it'll slowly but surely turn you into a degenerate. Nice. Awesome. Sounds base. What shall I build y'all? I'll snort cocaine than ever do crack. I'd rather do neither, thank you very much. Oh, I just found another little fucking section of islands? Hell yeah. Gonna learn to be some of that gunpowder. Gonna learn some of that gunpowder, yeah, boy. Gonna learn some of that gunpowder. Oh, yeah. Gonna be advanced like the rest of these bitches. Why is my galley going off into the middle of the motherfucking, like, treacherous oceans? What is it doing? Ooh, get some maps for the Americans. I'm okay with that. That actually is excelente. You know what? If I have that available, hold up. I want to hit up some other. Yeah. You know what? Yeah. I actually get to see kind of the world a little bit. Oh, so this fat little island everyone's been kind of gobbling up themselves. What's all up? Who's all up in this bitch? Emerita, Guimaraes, Lisbon. Oh, that's where Portugal is, so they have their own islands. Okay. Patty has all that. Oh, I see now. So this is an... Oh, that's legit. Oh, I love what I'm seeing here. Ooh, I like this. That's good. These maps. Ooh, I love these world maps. Hold up. Will Portugal actually hit me up? Will Portugal be a homeboy? Oh, they will. They'll give me their maps too? Oh, they barely got shit. They barely explored nothing. I was hoping they would explore further than this. A lot. The first Cold War monitor, Republic of China, one Civil War, so the economies of up to 200 million pop. Damn. I'm just kind of realizing that I got like a fat ass. Oh man, I still have a really awesome advantage, honestly, now looking at everything. On top of that, like. Wait, hold up. Let me just move down there. Yeah, let me do that bitch. Yeah. Oh man, dude, there's some like. I'm actually kind of glad that whatever happened last night that caused the game to crash happened, because this is actually a little better than what's going on this time around. I guess my galley's okay with exploring the deep oceans. What's this? Oh, you know what? Whoa, wait, hold up. Civilization gets me dull during the late game when in future tech and everyone else is trying to catch up. Now I can feel you with that. I'm actually hitting nostalgia because I'm in the medieval age right now, so everyone's still trying to get like all their shit going. Hmm. Except for a new Stellaris patch and DLC on 12th. That would actually be pretty legit. We're gonna have to definitely re-download the Stellaris again just for that type of shit for sure. French wanna hit me up? What's up? Oh, they got gunpowder? Oh shit. I don't like that. French are to be a formidable foe. Curious. Overlord is supposed to be overhaul Vastus and make more Crusader-Kings like. Sweet. Sweet. Surprised my galleys surviving deep oceans. Oh, my palace needs upgrading. Cute. What shall we do it with? Ooh. I like that. Sweet. Cool. We weren't having like any real wars or anything going on, so I'm just trying to like make sure my shit's all kind of like industrialized. Well, not like industrialized, but like, so I'm not there yet. But at least like slowly but surely like expanded upon and all that type of shit. That slowly gets there. That's kind of like what I like about a Civ. Honestly, I know at some point I'm gonna try to get us Age of Empires 2 again, because I know that's on Steam for like $20. And that's a game that I fucking absolutely love playing. Like, that is just like right the fuck up my alley when it comes to like games that I love and enjoy playing. So I'm hoping here pretty soon that I can, you know, probably just, you know, plop $20 into that. But I could right now, hypothetically, but I don't want to do that quite yet. You movie on side for years was to appoint me Warcraft. That was a fucking movie at one point. What the fuck? Why? Except for they're going back in the MMO to make a movie out of it, I guess. So they're fucking after that. I'm honestly not really too surprised that they kind of, you know, of course, knowing Hollywood, they would kind of, you know, fuck shit up like that. Well, come on, open up. So now that I have researched gunpowder, like pretty much all my towns want to start researching fucking like muskets. It's like, yes, start researching musket troops. Yeah, I'm actually 100% okay with that. I want that. Let's build. Yeah. A pirate flag. The Jardo Pirates. Hoist the Jardo Aja. It'll happen. I'll get that motherfucker hoisted. Doing a lot of my mass exploration now, hoping that I can fucking legitimately find a little something. It's a little new out here in the unexplored territories. Probably not much, but at least from what I've found so far. Because I think all the factions are all on this like one weird congealed supercontinent. And from the looks of it, this doesn't look like there's much else. Might be some like other islands outside of that, but doubt it. There we go. Sweet. Slowly but surely, actually kind of making some mass exploration to the point where I might circumnavigate the globe, actually, from the looks of it. Oh. Yeah. Sweet. Getting some more world maps. Not showing off my world maps quite yet, though. Especially my new explorations I've been doing. It's like, not quite yet. I don't want to show off all too much what I got going on. I'm trying to start navigating the globe. Thank you very much. Before stream, that's 2 hours for 20 minutes, Lamau. That might be 8:40 for you, but not for me. It's 4:30 here. Oof. Just chug a Starbucks and I'm wide awake. Oh my god. I mean, I probably wouldn't be like that wide awake for myself. I'm almost about to circumnavigate. Holy shit. Sweet. Sweet. The workers all going around doing their thing. Like that. Sweet. Hoping I could find like maybe small islands that I could potentially discover, and then from there I can just start expanding slowly but surely with little settlements. That actually pretty really legit, not even gonna lie. What should I put here? Yeah, I'll do that. Sweet. Where do they go? Oh, right there. Okay, cool. Sweet. Oh, the Germans want to meet and find some territory maps? Here, how about this? Alright, you give me your mole map, and then I'll give you that. Some wine, yeah. Probably makes you feel good. Base sprint release battle sign 72. Nice. That's some base ass Britain right there, I tell you what. That dog views real bad, because it is bad. Play America first. America first, son bitch. That's what I tell you what. Bunch of weird pinko Israeli communist bullshit, I tell you. Push over. Sweet. I'm not even gonna lie, part of me really hardcore wishes I was kind of playing Age of Empires 2. Just cause the strong nostalgia I feel for that game too, just as much as this. It's like, oof, hits me hard. Age of Empires 2 is great. I know, dude. It's so fucking good. Such a classic, too. For some reason, YouTube has been really recommending me a lot of memes from that game right now. Not even kidding. So it's just like it's just been really emphasizing like the lust for the nostalgia. It's like, god damn it. Where does this sucker go? Oh shit, there's somebody up here? I just found somebody. Who the fuck is up here? I just discovered some bitches. What the fuck? Oh, there's a bunch of bitches up here. There's all sorts of bitches. What the fuck? Who the fuck is all up in this shit? Inca? Yo, what's up, fam? Aztecs, Iroquois, Maya, Spanish, and the Persians? Yo! What the fuck? Dude, I can give them all sorts of people. Woo! Let's go, baby! I just discovered some shit. I discovered a whole continent. Damn, I have like an actual legit. Oh, I got like dead ass legitimately like a full on fucking like staging point to this entire continent. Oh my goodness. Ooh, makes me excited. I just got excited. I like that. Ooh. Oh, Portuguese want my world maps? Fuck you, bitch. I ain't giving you no world maps. I'll give you some territory maps. You can give me your world maps, bitch. How about that? Yeah, that's right. Take that deal, bitch. Take that one-sided ass deal, motherfucker. Oh. No, there's like another fucking little island up here. Yeah, there was. I'm gonna see if I can settle that too. So I want to explore that shit a little more. Yeah. Oh, this is the Iroquois. They want furs and silks. Well, they want furs and they'll... Well, they want silks, but they'll give us furs. I'm okay with that. Want to trace some more maps while you're at it? Yeah, that's my boys. Oh my god, this bitch looks evil. It looks like an inbred fucking psychofuck. She wants territory maps? Okay. Oh my god, they all do. Am I the only one who's actually done exploration? I guess I have. Oh my lord. I discovered the quote new world and all of a sudden everything goes to haywire. Oh my goodness. This is baby islands. But they already have it. Well, it's actually, it's contested by 2 different people. Who's it by? They can't even tell me. Okay. I know there's a smaller island that I'm sure none of these other people on my main island have done at all. So, odd. But I think I'll do this. I'm gonna start having some settlers, so I can start actually expanding further into these other small little islands I'm discovering. Sounds like a good plan. Oh, really? You want that? No, you don't. I'm getting a lot of shit fucking completed, and I love it. I can dig it. I definitely want to explore this new island, so I want to see what this is all about. Once my fucking little vessel can get there. Get over there, buddy. Yeah. Slow but surely, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Here, we'll make sure that all this shit starts expanding further. Because I love that. I love how my little mainland continent is just expanding so indubitably. It's lovely. Oh. Is this like one fat fucking island? Hold up. Where is it? Right over here. Oh no. This is a small little island. Honestly, Twisted Tea Variety Pack of guys, sweet coast swallow, saturated rich on. I love peach and strawberry, and half tea lemonade was good too. Oh, they got a strawberry? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. Alright, found this little island again, so let's just kind of do a little surrounding of it, see what's on it. So I can eventually get a little boat out there to settle it. For 18 bucks and some change, you can sell 20 camp packs at the liquor store. That's almost a steal. What the fuck? It's practically a steal. Like, goddamn, bro. Oh, this little island's so cute. I want to colonize it. So we're again, way up here. Okay. Sweet. In 9 turns, my settler will make its way up there. It doesn't look like there's anything on the island either. Half and half was good, but strawberry's best. Oh, you're just speaking to my heart with that. That sounds amazing. For me, the best alcohol drinks are the ones where you can barely taste the alcohol. I tend to agree with that, honestly. But wait a minute, there's a bunch of such drinks, you fucking liberal communist piece of shit. What you doing? We're drinking a bunch of weird sexy bullshit. Says the dude who drinks literal piss water, Bud Light, fucking garbage. Besides girls, rather kiss dudes who taste like strawberry than beer breath. No shit. And it's the joke. And I guess also hence your retort. I could do cannons. I can fucking do cannons now. Base. Oh, dude, bitch is about to be murked to fucking shit. And it's about to be litty begitty. How expensive cost living up there? Yeah, I mean, honestly, it does kind of depend, but pretty fucking expensive. I'm sure it is anywhere else. It's cheaper in rural areas and more expensive in urban. Boo, I want to live in... Well, suburbia is probably a better mix for it, depending also, again. I want to live in an urban lifestyle, to be honest. I hate to live in this rural shit. I'm kind of the opposite, but I also don't necessarily live in the rural areas either. I live in suburbia, so somewhat close to it, I guess. What the fuck? I love the mass production of pretty much like all sorts of different little things that are being made. It's just beautiful. So keep producing shit. Keep producing little things that make everybody happy. Start watching Vosh again and I feel dirty. Oh, do you? I never broken heel and here you are. Breaking heel. Wow. Sad. Coastal Fortress? What the fuck? What? Fuck yeah, let's start producing that shit if I could do that. Whoa, wait. Yo, there's people on this island? The fuck? Hold up, there's people on this island. Who the fuck is on this island? Because I'm about to murk their bitch ass. It's my island, bitch. I claimed that shit. I discovered it before you did, motherfucker. Oh man, there's about to be some fucking shit going down. Who just settled that? Someone settled there. Oh, there's about to be some bullshit. Alright, who the fuck is this? Spain? In Dover. So England? So England and Spain are on this island. Alright, bitch is about to be murked. Hold the Jeffersons. I'm about to whip my fucking hat up. I'm not even kidding. Jefferson. Well, you know. A colonial hat. Become a gluten-free hipster. Yeah, move over here finally. I'm actually unironically about to go to war with fucking France. Or not France, fucking Britain. Don't even give a fuck. I'll do it. I'll go war with Spain and France just to fucking, you know, claim that island, damn it. It's my island, damn it. This basketball player named Deuce McBride. What the f? Deuce McBride, dude. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Wow. I just love how there's like these little tiny islands. Just like kind of scattered around. And just some weird amalgamated, disgusting, like, trifecta continents, while one of them's like connected by a mere thread. It's like, what the fuck? Where should you go for exploration purposes? I think down this way. There we go, sweet. What? Someone wants to meet with me? There we go. Small feather. There we go. This way. Yeah. Oh. What's Eugene? Oh my god. No. Oh my god. My foreign advisor has sent me up with so much bullshit. Boo. Oops. That's genuine gold. Oh shit, all my culture shit is expanding. Sweet. I know what I just did, but apparently it was good. I like it. Yeah. Good stuff. Woo! From right here, we shall do. Let's go with the fortress walls. Because I like the idea of those things, so it sounds awesome. There we go. Boom. Sweet. Oh, get back over here. Don't be falling on nothing. Oh. No, just part of me, I just realized one of the boats that I'm slowly drift away back to the mainland needs to go back to the mainland because I'm actually wanting to load it up with a bunch of fucking troops. I don't know what part of my brain decided to say, yo, forget that, but I don't want that. I want to make sure I remember that. Because I want this small island. I settled some people there, but I want to make sure that it's entirely mine. So, deadass about to mark all them bitches. I'm gonna just like load up some cannons and infantrymen and some troops and shit. Some musketmen and all that. Just let them do the work. That's the idea right there, I tell you what. Sweet. Oh, okay. Sweet. There we go. Cool. Yeah, we'll do that. Sweet. Dope. Alright, and we'll move you over there. Man, is there really nothing but empty ocean there? Shit. That guy sucks. And man, there's so much exploration out at this point. It's not really. I almost have like no more to explore. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I just realized there's like some other bullshit here. Oh! Oh, some bitches trying to fucking, like, be on my other island I fucking have here? Oh, hell no. Hell no. Oh, it's the Dutch and the Greeks? Oh, those Dutch about to get murked. Oh, that's like a once and for all. We're fucking ending your ass. Oh, hell no. That's a hell no. I tell you what. And Greeks, I can't really directly hit them. Ooh, I can hit one of their towns over here. Oh, I see a military campaign. I see like 3. Where's the Spanish in all this? Okay, so Spanish are here. Yeah, so they will probably eventually just give up after, you know, I take that one island. The British, however, will be a bigger trick. No, I'll just pillage and raid the fuck out of them. That'll be okay. I'm gonna do a Control S and save this bitch. Right here. Yeah, override it. I actually want to do it. Yeah, I want to do this. It's just kind of. So there's that island, and there's that island. Yeah, I'm aware of this one too, right? Is that? Yeah. Yeah, there isn't really. Okay, so I basically discovered all the land masses that I needed to. I'm just kind of. Just kind of seeing how this kind of played out. Is there a way to skip this? Guess not. Just gonna have to let it do its thing. What was who? I guess that was me right there. Yeah. Honestly, judging by this, I could definitely most certainly. Yeah, I think I know my campaign. I think I'm going to primarily go deal with the British and Dutch first, for show. And maybe I can make it like an expansionistic fucking approach into Spain, but they probably will just fuck off after I do the one thing I want to do. And leave me alone. Realize my might, so to speak. I don't think anybody's actually been taken out entirely quite yet. They've just basically been everyone surviving. I think Germany might be the weakest, actually, all things considered, in the gameplay so far. Because I did a hella fucking massive fucking push against them. Then I saved after that victory, so. Oh, I don't think I necessarily fucking matter what's quiet. kind of let a little play-by-play play through. Just kind of see what the progress was so far with the entire map. Which doesn't really look like so far. It's too intense. Sure, that'll change here pretty soon. Wish I could fast forward this. This would be a lot better if I can do that. I guess this makes it quick. Well, I guess this works. Damn, Greece had a really big advantage. They were able to settle and expand a lot of their shit from where they're sitting. Alright, there's some expansion into Germany after that. Oh. Delft. Okay. It's found around the same time that was. Okay. So, took out both those. There's that. There's that. Okay. So pretty much the entire world is almost colonized, or at least almost settled in 100% totality outside of that one island. Well, gotta make sure I mark that. And that one island that I recently got up here. Cool. Well, I'll load it back up for myself at least. But, in the meantime, get one more bowl loaded up and all that fun shit. But all in all, it seems like I definitely got a pretty interesting little possibility here. I know that the Greeks are going to be the biggest threat, because they seem to be at least culturally especially, the biggest red flag when it comes to having to deal with, with the game at least. Spanish I actually not too sure of, but I know I'm going to have to take out their little town that hit the little island that I'm settling. Then the British are eventually going to be a problem I'm going to deal with. So, In the Dutch, I need to just kind of take them out once for all. Which that should be a pretty easy little thing to deal with, because I already hit them pretty hard once. all I know is, in time, I'll definitely try to make some more progress on my little off time. See if I can deal with some of these little islands and do a little like proxy war and of these little islands and not necessarily have to hit like these mainland little targets as much. That'd actually be quite nice, but I'm definitely going to make sure that I hit the Brits for sure, because they're on the same mainland, but I can at least hit them for the sea, primarily. Anyway, I'll call it good for the rest of the living, for at least right now. But, of course, I'll be back around for the next one, so peace out. And I'll see y'all.